Welcome. This regular meeting of Independent School District 535 School Board is called to order at 5:30 p.m. Tuesday, November 30th, 2021, in room 137 of the Edison Building. The board acknowledges this site and all RPS sites are situated on the ancestral land of the Dakota people, and we honor the Dakota nations and the sacred land of all Indigenous peoples. Present at this meeting are school board members, Superintendent Kent Piquel, a non-voting ex officio member, and Assistant School Board Clerk, Ms. Michelle Severson. Ms. Severson, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Clerk Emonson?
Here.
Director Barlow?
Here.
Director Garcia?
Here.
Director McLaughlin?
Here.
Chair Marvin?
Here.
Vice Chair Nathan?
Here.
Treasurer Workman?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, the school board requires effective masks to be worn by everyone to and over in all RPS buildings. We are committed to slowing the spread of COVID and as much as possible, and we can keep so that we can keep our schools open and our students in their classrooms. The Edison Building is an RPS facility, so if you choose to attend a meeting here rather than view it at home, you need to wear an effective mask. Policies and consequences are posted. We also remind you that this is a business meeting, and although you certainly may record the proceedings, attendees cannot position themselves in such a way as to disrupt the business. Whether you're a representative of the media or an individual, you need to stay behind the stanchions. We appreciate the media organizations who regularly attend these meetings and understand and respect the importance of that protocol. It's easy to understand and follow. 2.0, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is approved. 3.0, comments to the board. As you know, although providing time for community members to directly address the board at meetings is not required, I did, and thank you. At this time, anyone who is willing can say the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I appreciate that. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As I was saying, although the board is not required to provide an opportunity for people to speak at these meetings, we really believe it's important. Hearing different perspectives is useful and it's healthy. What is not healthy or productive or legal is to use this time to launch personal attacks against individuals. A high school student who often watches the recordings of comments to the board that get posted on social media recently said to me, and I'll paraphrase, "Dr. Marvin, I don't get it. Some of those guys are saying stuff about people that is just really personal and really mean. It doesn't have anything to do with what you're talking about at the meetings. It doesn't really have anything to do with us kids. They tell us in school that it's not okay for us to bully other people or harass them. So how come is it okay for adults to do that at board meetings? And you let them." I have been letting that happen, and it's not okay. This district has not only guidelines, but also policy, which has the authority of law that prohibits personal attacks. I've been letting it happen, and kids have been paying attention. I need to do better. Speakers absolutely can continue to support or criticize programs and protocols. It helps if the information used is accurate and factual. However, that's another issue. But because we are here, all of us are here, And we are supposed to be good role models for children. This board and this board chair is going to do a better job of following the procedure in Policy 208, which states, and I quote, "Speakers may not make personal attacks against others, including but not limited to any student, parent, community member, employee, or school board member." And that includes family members of all these folks. It continues, "Speakers may not make comments or gestures that are threatening, profane, lewd, vulgar, obscene, harassing, or abusive." There is a clear procedure that can be followed for anyone who wants to lodge a complaint or an allegation against district personnel, but it is not at comments to the board. Children are watching. We adults need to do better. Each speaker, and we have 8 of them this evening, will have 3 minutes. We ask you to respect this limit. When your name is called, please have a seat in front of the microphone at this table. State your name and whether you're a resident of the school district. As we have explained before, those who are presenting to the board and facing the board and can maintain a physical distance have the option of removing their masks for those 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Kim Hicks. Welcome, Ms. Hicks. ESP of the Year. Dr. Piquel.
Madam Chair and Directors of the Board, as you well know, we have a group of employees in our school district that provides incredible work, support, problem solving, assistance socially, emotionally, and in so many other ways. And we're in Rochester, we call them paraprofessionals. In some school districts and our state teachers union, Education Minnesota, calls them education support professionals. And I'm excited to say that in Rochester, we have not one but two who were nominated for Education Support Professional of the Year. And so we want to take this moment to acknowledge those two individuals and also by extension thank the paraprofessionals across Rochester who do indispensable work for our students every day. We've got two administrators who I haven't seen yet in the room, but also I don't see, there we go. We got Nate Walbrook from Century, and we've got Carrie Hawkinson from Mayo, who are going to step up and introduce our two award winners, who we are so excited to acknowledge tonight. So thank you so much, Carrie and Nate, for being here. Yeah, you can loop around the rope.
Good evening, Board Chair, Superintendent Piquel, the rest of the school board members and cabinet. I am Carrie Eckert from Mayo High School, and I am pleased to introduce to you tonight a great paraprofessional at Mayo High School. Michelle Diaz has been with the Rochester Public Schools since 2012. She's been at Mayo High School since 2014, serving in a variety of capacities. Her most recent position at Mayo has included her supporting and supervising students in our study halls. One of the strengths of Michelle in this program is her vast knowledge of the classroom projects, papers, and assessments, the connections and collaborative work she does with Spartan staff, which help her support students in the completion of classroom work required for success. Michelle has strong connections with students from all walks of life, partly because of the challenges that she faced in her youth. These experiences shape the focus she has in her position and helps her relate to students who face similar obstacles. Not only does she provide clear support, but she's a steady, caring, and positive adult during the school day. Michelle is a proud graduate of Mayo High School and a proud mom of two Mayo High School graduates who are now in college. She currently has a junior at Mayo, so needless to say, her Spartan pride runs deep. She is currently pursuing her degree in secondary social studies with the hopes of enrolling in a PhD program upon completion. Michelle is thankful for her para colleagues throughout the time in the district. She's grateful for the adults who show up and smile at kids and encourages everyone to remember how important caring adults are in the lives of our students. So I'd like to introduce you to Michelle Diaz.
Thank you. My goodness, thank you so much for the opportunity to have us here. I truly believe in what I do, and I believe in the kids that I work with every single day. And I would just hope that we all can contribute to the advancement to students that are struggling. I truly believe that every student can learn. Thank you.
Nice coat. Hey, everybody. My name is Nate Walbrook. I'm the principal at Century High School. And I know there's a lot of my Century colleagues behind me that know Miss Lusky a lot more than I did. But in the little time I've had to work with Miss Lusky, I've been ridiculously impressed at the sort of employee she is. She's the kind of employee that we want in every one of our buildings in front of every single one of our kids. She started as a para, and a lot of times we sort of marginalize what that actually means. And when one of the speakers was talking about thankless jobs, I think that's probably a qualification for just about everything, and then schools are a set of thankless jobs, but I think a paraprofessional definitely is in that realm as well. But I think what stood out to me as I've been able to get to know Miss Lusky more is that not just was she willing to say, hey, I'm willing to be here every day, on time, do my duty as a para, but she was willing to go above and beyond and learn new tricks and new trades. Now at Century, she is an integral member of our team. Basically, whenever there's a technology issue, she's the first one that we call. and she is there to help cover study halls and to do whatever it is necessary without grumbling and with a happy, positive attitude. And that in and of itself would be enough to deserve an award like this. But I think the thing that really sets Ms. Lusky aside is that she spends a ridiculous amount of time and energy and effort seeking out our most marginalized and vulnerable students to support them, to be there for them, to love them. And again, even that would still be enough, but she's there not only for the students, but for the staff. Any staff that needs a lift, any staff that needs a friend, she's there for them, whether it be any of her paraprofessionals, whether it be any of our teachers, or whether it be a real lonely principal. So she is ridiculously deserving of this award, and I wish I could clone her about 1,000,000 times. So congratulations, Lori.
Let's put more money in science and engineering, and maybe we can clone. That would be great. I felt a little bit silly about this award. Because I just love my job. It's who I am. A lot of times when people ask our category, people will say I'm just a para. And I would say that Michelle probably agrees with me. That's just a really painful thing that anybody would feel like that, because we are a massive organization with a massive product category. We have so many kids who need us on all areas, and there's no such thing as just a maintenance person. There's not just a para. There's not just a work study teacher. It takes all of us. And none of us came into this for accolades, certainly not for money, but because we love kids and we care about the future. And so I am grateful that to get a little thank you to somebody in education goes a really long way. And I appreciate that there's been a few thank yous to you all tonight as well. We just need to pat each other on the back now and again, and we pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off and jump right in the deep end again. And this last year has been a really deep end. So I thank you for the sacrifices that you're making that have been brought up tonight, and I'm so glad to have my job. Thanks.
Thank you. One of the best things we get to do, one of the most fun things we get to do as a school board is to recognize our students for academics and for sports. And this evening, we have the fall sports recognition. At first, I thought everybody was here because the school board is so great and you just wanted to hear us talk. But more importantly, we're here to support you and the amazing accomplishments this fall. Dr. Piquel.
Madam Chair and Directors of the Board, before you know it, you're going to be 54 years old and sitting somewhere, and I know that strikes terror into the heart of everyone who's a high school student, but I remember coming down to the school board in St. Paul every fall, winter, spring for sports, and we are so glad that you're competing, that you're throwing yourself in, that you're trying, win or lose. We thank your coaches. We thank our activities directors, one of whom I'm going to acknowledge now, Mark Queasley, who heads up that work at Century High School, to recognize all of you and your parents for making ourselves and our system better. So Mark, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Marvin, Dr. Piquel, directors, and Ms. Severson. I am going to have all of the athletes from Century High School and their coaches come up at this time, and so that they're all up here in front right now, and that might expedite things a little bit quicker for us. So Coach Ledoux, Coach Houghton, Maddie and Tori Hardicke, if you guys would come up with your athletes. Dr. Patel, you mentioned the SEL that our students have been going through here, and this has been such a great thing to get our students back on the performance courts, in the pools, on our stages, in their comfort area to really work on the overall student athlete. And we're not going to specifically talk about the GPAs of these students because we want to protect their data privacy. But up here with you tonight are some of the academic all-state students who have a cumulative GPA of over 3.75. And you look at how busy they are, and many of them are higher than that as well. So regretfully, Nichelle Gilliam lives in Mabel, Minnesota, and she was not able to get through the weather tonight to get here. But I want to speak on behalf of Paige Decker, and I'll have Paige wave to you first. Paige is an all-state volleyball player, a junior for us at Century High School. If you haven't had a chance to watch this young lady on the volleyball court, you should. She is absolutely fabulous to watch. Not able to attend tonight was Lydia Niederstadt, and Lydia was an academic all-state for us in volleyball. In girls tennis, Josh Hayden and the girls could not be here tonight. Julia Baber was an academic all-state for us, and Paige Sargent was her doubles partner. 2 years ago, they finished second in the state tournament as a doubles team. Last year, COVID came. They couldn't participate. They teamed back up again this year, and we're very close, but finished second again at this state tournament. So we want to congratulate Paige Sargent and Julia Baber for that. Also, all-state in girls tennis was Zoe Chen and Jenny Yang. I'll turn the microphone over to Karen Ledoux, then we'll go to Hal Houghton, and then Maddie and Tori Hardicke.
Hi, I'm Karen Ledoux, the Century Girls Soccer Coach, and thank you for having us here this evening. I'd like to present to you Addison Clary, who is was named All-State this year for girls soccer. She was also a top 5 candidate for Miss Soccer, which doesn't come around very often. Academically, she's quite sound, and she represented Century in the Senior Girls Classic and was able to get a goal scored up there. So she was able to represent both herself and Century well. Addison Clary.
I'm Hal Houghton, the boys soccer coach at Century as well, and I've had the honor of having not one but 2 all-state players. The first one is Max Comfier. Max has this is his second year as a first-team all-state player. He's a phenomenal goal scorer. I saw him at the Senior Classic as well. He had several opportunities to score, a couple of near misses. Someday I'll get a chance to talk to him about those. And then my other one is Rivaldo Pena. Both of these guys are seniors, unfortunately, so I'm going to lose both of them. Rivaldo was voted the second team All-State. Incredible hard worker, probably one of the most passionate players I've ever had the opportunity to coach. And I will miss both of them tremendously next season. So here's Max and Rivaldo.
I'm Maddie Herkey. I guess I'm not anymore. This was my last season. So I was the head coach for the Rochester Raiders. Tonight I want to recognize all of my team, even though half of them aren't here, but that's all right. So we have Stuart, Andrew, Will, and Charlie. And we had, my captain was here too, but he had to go do something academic for school. These guys, I had 8 players. You play with 7 on the court. So these guys worked tremendously hard this season. In the state tournament, we went from the fifth seed, won in the first game in a penalty shootout. In my 5 years of coaching, I never
imagine that would happen, especially in adapted. But I mean, there's no better honor for these kids than what they have right now. I mean, you won't meet a better group of kids than what these guys are. So thank you guys for recognizing this group.
And lastly, if their parents are here, we would like them also to stand and be recognized for their hard work and dedication to these young men and women. And Mr. Whitney is now up next.
Chair Marvin, let me offer a quick comment.
And while Mr. Whitney is coming to the microphone, Mr. Barlow wanted to say something.
Yes, you know, I think as members of the board and potentially the community is unaware of the Raiders and the adaptive program we provide. And I appreciate how we're able to look upon our students with admiration versus ridicule or scrutiny. And I think that is so important because sometimes we lose sight of what the important things are. And so I commend those students and the coaches who have allowed their successes to occur.
And let's hear it one more time for the Raiders back there. Mr. Whitney.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jeff Whitney, Activities Director at Mayo High School. And Dr. Bacall and board members, thank you very much for allowing us to come down and celebrate these successes. First of all, before all of our guys and gals, can you guys come up, our coaches and athletes, might as well bring you all up in front here and line up along the rail. You'll notice that we had a very successful fall season, so it might be a crowded front, and we're missing a few as well. While they're filing in and moving on up, I would like to publicly thank not only those that are here tonight. Obviously, we have some successful athletes and our head coaches of the programs, but I'd also like to thank all of our assistant coaches, our other head coaches that maybe didn't make it to the state tournament. We have worked extremely hard over the last 18 months to continue to give all these athletes opportunities and work through all the struggles that I know that we've worked through in education as well. And it's been a challenge in many ways with the number of things we've all experienced, and they've all battled through it. They've obviously done very well and continue to succeed, and these are the ones that have made it to the highest level. So I'd like to thank my staff at Mayo High School, our staff at Mayo High School for their hard work, because the assistant coaches that aren't here and the lower level coaches that aren't here have been preparing these kids since they were 7th and 8th grade all the way on up. So thank you to those people. All right. Thank you. So first of all, I'm going to just bring up, Deb Frederick is not able to be here. She's actually working at our girls' basketball game tonight. We have many other jobs other than just coaching, and she's running the basketball game while I'm here. Her team was All-State Academic this year, gold All-State Academic winners. Morgan Gao was All-State Academic. And obviously their team lost in the section finals. They almost made it to the state tournament as well, but had a great academic year in the classroom and on the court. They were also, I believe, Big Nine champions too. Girls tennis, we placed 4th place. Jeff Demery is not able to, he works in the evenings in the winter. He was not able to be here. And I don't believe Sutton Jolsrud, Ella Desois, or Jordan Ruskell are here either. I don't believe they're here. They weren't able to make it tonight. They placed 4th in the state tournament. They, I believe, have been to the state tournament about 20 times in the last 21 years. They've won the conference 24 times out of the last 25 years. Very successful program, and we're probably going to predict they're going to do it again next year, so we'll bring them down next year, hopefully, if they do as well. But they've had a great run in girls tennis, and we'd like to congratulate Coach Demeray and his program. All right, next up, we've got a few coaches that are here and we're able to make it with some athletes. We'll go with Juliet Parlett in our girls swim program.
Hi, my name's Juliet Parlett, and I'm the head girls swim coach. Thank you for letting us be here tonight. And these are the girls that came with me to state and some of my captains. We took 5 events to state, 5 swimmers and 1 diver, and we placed 12th out of 32 teams. Fortunately, and almost unbelievably, everything we took to state, we got into finals. So that was pretty awesome. So I'm just going to kind of announce the races and the girls, in the order of events and then talk about a few other things. So our medley relay that also got a team record was Elise Weingarten, who's in 7th grade. Just raise your hand here. Ava Gustafson, who's in 12th grade. Madeline Gall, who's in 8th grade. And Natalie Borjan, who's in 11th grade. Ava then placed 11th in the 200 IM. Ava just got off the plane. She was at the U.S. Open swim meet where Katie Ledecky and Reagan Smith were swimming. She was also swimming in that meet. And so she got off the plane and got here. And so came literally right here from there. And so came in 11th in the 200 IM. Natalie placed 7th in the 50 free that earned her an all-state recognition. Abby, our diver, who's in 11th grade, placed 12th in diving, and I might mention that this is Abby's 2nd year of diving, and she made it to state. Natalie then placed 8th in the 500 free, earning her another all-state recognition. Ava placed 3rd in the 100 breaststroke, earning her an all-state recognition. She also broke the record for this event, our team record, that had been standing since 2007. I also want to mention that Ava is an All-American Academic Award winner, too. Our 400 free relay was Natalie, Madeline, Ava, and Ellie Parada, who's in 12th grade, and they placed 14th. In addition, we earned the All Academic Gold Award, and here to be recognized for that are our captains. I don't think Olivia's here. She's our diving captain, but Ava, Sophie Kaufman, Ellie Parada, and Avery Werneberg are our captains. Thank you so much for having us.
You bet, stay. Thanks, Juliet. All right, next we will bring up, we'll go with Donnie Holcomb, our head football coach.
All right, Dr. Piquel and Dr. Marvin, all the board, thank you for recognizing all the athletes and coaches and all the other teams with the great accomplishments. I'm representing the football program today, and I'm going to start with the accomplishment that I'm most proud of the team with. As far as I've been here for the last 10 years and been involved in Mayo sports for 21 years, we've never been able to get that team academic gold award. And this year our team did accomplish that. So I'm very proud of all the kids that contribute to that high team GPA. Along with that, we were able to do something else new that hasn't been done for a while. In 24 years at Mayo High School, and that's win a section championship and make it to the state tournament. So that was super fun, and again, super proud of these kids because it's a neat accomplishment, but then they're really good football players, but they are great young men and everybody that we have involved in our program, and that's what made it such a fun season with all these accomplishments. I have our captains, 3 of our 4 captains here, Caden Holcomb, Spencer Pearson, and Caden DeYoung. And a couple other things, highlights that occurred. Both Caden and Noah Smith were able to play in the Minnesota Vikings All-Star game this last weekend and represent our program. They also were chosen for the Minnesota Vikings All-State team as well. So very proud of this group as a whole and the way that they represent Mayo High School. And I'm just going to put a little plug in for Mr. Whitney because nobody talks about him. This guy is unbelievable with his dedication to Mayo High School and all he does, and we always kid that he's got a cot in his back office because that guy is there 24/7. I know it's with all the ADs too, so super thanks to all the ADs for all the work that they do, and thank you very much for recognizing all this.
There still isn't money in there for his bonus. So, thanks, Donnie. I appreciate that. I wouldn't be there if it wasn't fun. All right. So next, we're going to go with our new head coach in boys soccer is Tim Jennings.
Well, thanks to all of you for inviting us here to honor our team today. My name is Tim Jennings. I'm the head coach of the Mayo boys soccer team. It's my first season here. I stepped in for Neil Cassidy this season on an interim basis. Representing our team today are 3 of our 4 captains from the season, Timothy Persons, Adam McClellan Cassidy, and Nate Weigel. And our 4th captain, Alex Shaw, could not be here today. Our team had a tremendous amount of success this season, compiling a 15-5 record. We were the inaugural Section 1 AAA champions. So we went to state, winning in the quarterfinal round in a dramatic penalty kick shootout to take us to US Bank Stadium. We ended up finishing in 4th place with our players Jack Hobdy and Alec McBain named to the all-tournament team. They were unable to be here today as well. Most importantly, also as an individual accolade, our assistant coach on JV, Faiz Abdirahman, was named the Section 1 AAA Assistant Coach of the Year. So congratulations to him and to all of our coaches. Thanks to all of them this season for all the hard work they've put in. Most importantly this season, we were named as one of the Academic Gold Award recipients. There are about 200 soccer teams in the state. There were 5 boys teams that received this award, and we are one of them. So congratulations to all of our players, and thank you very much.
All right, I don't think we've missed anyone, and again, thank you very much. It's been a great fall, and good job, athletes and coaches. And I think Mr. Queasley got one more thing to close up.
Parents?
Yeah, if we have some male parents, please stand up. Lastly, Mr. Erkey could not be here tonight. He's got a home basketball game, and like Jeff said, we continually scramble, I believe, and trying to find workers, and he could not get away, nor could his basketball player, who we would recognize for volleyball tonight because she's on the basketball court. Lily Meister was recognized for volleyball for John Marshall as an all-state athlete too. So we want to congratulate Lily as well from John Marshall High School. And Mr. Barlow, thank you for the comments about our adaptive programs. Tori and Maddie, the twin duo for us, started this girls soccer program for us. And it's hard to believe we're 6 years with that program already now in the district. And we're very excited always at how well our adapted students do. But again, thank you for the opportunity for our students and our student athletes, because they are students first. They're here to represent us in the classroom, and we continue to strive to do that on behalf of the school board. Thank you.
And again, to those athletes, coaches, and parents who couldn't be here, what you do for these kids, how you perform, and how you balance school and family and your other responsibilities is really inspiring to everybody. So thank you. We'll move on then to 4.03, Summer of Discovery Update. Dr. Piquel.
Madam Chair and Directors of the Board, when I got here in July, one of the first things I did, and one of the best things I did, was to follow Amy Ike around to see our Summer of Discovery in action. And I will just tell you, having been in lots of summer schools, it was extraordinary. We had pretty much a dramatic and entire flipping of the script from the days not that long ago when summer school was drill and kill. Sit kids down and catch them up with worksheets. And instead, we had summer school that was all about acceleration, enrichment, and engagement. That effort was ably led by Amy Ark, our Executive Director of Community Education, and a cast of not thousands, but a very diverse representative group of folks who really pitched in the middle of a pandemic and completely reinvented the way not just Rochester does summer school, but the way I think pretty much any school system does. So Amy, thank you for your leadership, and I'm excited to give the board and the community a quick snapshot of the really good work that you did. And as I'm sure Amy will allude to, we're already beginning to think about next summer. Amy.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring up my presentation. Yes, just hit the wrong button. There we go. Good evening, board members, Dr. Pakel. Thank you for an opportunity to give you an update on Summer of Discovery looking back and looking forward. Maybe. I'll do this. So I want to divide my comments to you tonight into two parts. One, to look back at the summer of 21. As Dr. Pakel said, that was our first summer with the opportunity to make major changes to our approach to summer learning. And I want to give you a little bit of reminder of the context we were at when we began that work, and then some information on how we are assessing the first year, always looking for continuous improvement. So I'll show you just a glimpse at where we're headed into the second year. So a reminder that when we began this process, I shared this equation with you that I truly believe in. When we have a disruption and we have funding, we have a beautiful situation where we can actually take the opportunity to reinvent ourselves. So you'll remember that we took this on as a 2-year redesign, knowing that we would potentially not be able to accomplish all of our goals in year one. We felt that at the time we were redesigning for year one that the highest need was for reconnection. And if you remember the context when we began planning for summer of 21, this was around January, and vaccines had just become available. Much of our student population was still on distance learning. There was a feeling of that need to reconnect and to use summer to do that. We also knew there were some wellness concerns because of where we were, as well as academic. And then we're always looking to provide experiences that give us the context for vocabulary development and life understanding and all of that. So we wanted a strong experiential program. The second year is about refining that process. So it won't be as big a mind shift from that we went through in year one, but the idea that we can make it better continually. Our program priorities, I don't know if you remember the slides from way back when, but there were many dots on a slide showing you all the different summer programs. We were really focused on what we had called summer school in the past and our grade 9 through 12 credit recovery. And we had identified several shifts in practice that had to occur in order for us to reach our goals. So the investment in our teachers to really do the redesign in the spring and to prepare to offer a higher engagement program, to embed mental health special ed and multilingual learner support into the program, to create those smaller learning groups, which was also COVID related, but yet we knew our focus was relationships, and then to really provide high interest hands-on learning. As you'll remember, we had a very compressed planning and implementation period, starting in January, pulling off the program in June. It may sound like a lot, but for folks who've ever worked on a large, complex project, that's not a lot of time. And then we told you that we would come back to you using the results-based accountability questions as the format for our feedback. So that's what I'd like to do for you now. So you remember that results-based accountability focuses on 3 questions. How much did we do? How well did we do it? And is anyone better off? So question 1, how much did we do? We really expanded opportunities last summer. So we offered 6 weeks of programming as opposed to the 3 weeks of the past. You can see there the number of sites that we offered, and we increased the number of students at all levels, which I'll show you in just a bit in detail. We had significantly more in-person learning than we had in the past at the high school level, where we had used a tool called Edgenuity for students to work at their own pace to recover credit material. This past year, we had quite a few more instructor-led courses in person at the high school. And the high school courses were designed with student choice embedded. So the instructors developed what they called choice boards that got at the skills that needed to be developed in their courses, and students could choose among the activities that made the most connection to them as students. We did embed those specialist roles into the program this year and found that quite well received among the staff and the students, especially our mental health experts, our multilingual learner experts, and our special education. And then this year, for the first year, we involved quite a few either current students of RPS or recent alums who took paid positions to support younger students. And there too, we heard great feedback about the lower stress that it was perhaps to work with a fellow student on academic rather than having to ask a teacher for assistance. And then again, we made a significant investment in teacher leadership, and I want to really underscore that. That was a key to making this program a success. A task force worked together, included teachers at the beginning, and identified the parameters of the program, the 4 essential learning areas, that our goal was reconnection, and then the lead teachers at the sites and the design teams at the sites really made this happen. And so I'll show you a list a little bit later of who was involved, but just an amazing show of leadership among all of our staff. So in terms of student participation, notice column 2021 in bold. There is the total number of individual students served in our program last summer. The percent change actually compares to 2019 because the summer of 2020 was an anomaly. We had only online learning available and it was a relatively small program. So it really didn't seem fair to compare back to 2020. So we went back to the last sort of regular summer year for that comparison. And then I do have a note at the bottom that high school number includes many different programs at the high school level, just to give you an idea that it was not just credit recovery, although that is the bulk of that number. There were several other programs as well. And as you think about this free program for students, 6 weeks of additional learning opportunity, we wanted to make sure, as we always do, that the opportunity was well shared across those who might not otherwise have full opportunity to reach those academic goals. And so our free and reduced qualified students represented more than our typical percentage. I've provided these at district level to give you an overview. I can absolutely provide it down to the school level if you need that as well. And then our historically marginalized identities as well. Our goal is to always make sure that we're at least serving the proportion of the population that looks like Rochester Public Schools as a whole. And you can see that in all those categories except one, we exceeded that proportion. So what did it take to pull this off in terms of staffing? 389 different individuals. I'll say adults, but I also include high school students that were paid to help in all of these different categories. It took to serve all of those students in various ways. And these roles, you know, could be a sub for a day all the way to someone who worked all 6 weeks. So these are not, of course, equal in intensity perhaps, but took a lot of individuals to make that happen. So in terms of the quality or how well did we do it, I want to point out a couple things in these pictures. First of all, the student on the left is holding a fish. So if you rate the quality based on whether he caught anything, we have that. And then also the picture on the, it's my right, yes, I think it's your right, is of a group of students who went to our city government to learn about how the government works in action, and you'll see the mayor in that picture. She took some time out of her schedule to be with our students. So how well did we do it? I would indicate that one of the things that I would use as a measure of how well is how many voices came into the work. We had 50 plus on our task force that originally took on this idea and said, should we do this? And if so, how? We had more than 20 lead teachers step up and take responsibility for a site within our program and then lead that local design at the site level. And then in our spring work to get ready for summer and create the curriculum, more than 100 different professionals in our district contributed to that work. In terms of response, we had more than a majority of parents who responded to our survey indicate that this was better than their past experience with summer school. And I just put in a little note there. Only one person said it was worse. And if you're like me, you always focus on that one bad one, right? But most of the others were either neutral or said it didn't apply because they hadn't done summer school in the past. And then 75% of those parents felt like the mental health embedded service was useful for their child. Again, the others said I didn't use that service. And we did send our survey out in our top 4 languages in the district, or those languages that represented the highest number of students in Summer of Discovery. Our staff reported to us that this filled their cup too, which was one of our not necessarily named goals, but we knew that it could be that way if we did the program in a high quality fashion. They reported better student engagement, fewer behavior issues, which you would expect with more engagement, and then feeling better connected to their colleagues and to their students. And from a practical level, we've collected all of this. We have an online toolkit that we can build from this year, and we have a repository of all the theme development that we did at the elementary level for curriculum. As we reflected on the program, we asked our lead teachers to think about, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? How is this going? And they shared a number of things. I just picked out a few to give you an idea of the types of things they commented on in terms of the student experience. And I won't read those to you, and I know you've had access to this presentation, so I'll keep going. And we asked them the same thing about the staff experience. And they shared with us the positive nature of the staff experience. Everything from, this is a first-year teacher, so they got more experience with kids. One saying they were already a leader in their building, but this really took it to the next level by stepping into a lead teacher role. And notice the alumni PAs, those are program assistants. That was the name of the role that our students stepped into. Just a really strong endorsement of that as well. So the way that the state funds summer programs is it looks into the number of membership hours. So that means if I'm a student, I went 6 days a week times 5 hours a day, that's 30 membership hours. So we add all of those students and all of their hours together, and that's what you get with 155,000 membership hours. Significantly higher than in the past because we expanded elementary to 6 hours a day and expanded to 6 weeks. The revenue generated from that based on the formulas, and that included a special bump for COVID, was $1.9 million, and the program cost us $1.8 million. So we're right about even in terms of the money we generated and the money we spent to offer the program. And again, this was completely free to the participants that took part. So finally, question 3 in our results-based accountability, is anyone better off? And you see some examples of the engaging opportunities that students have in the program. I didn't choose pictures of the traditional academic work that you might think of, but that was occurring as well in terms of math and reading and some of those things. What you do notice is a lot of outdoor activity, and with COVID, the more we could get outdoors, the better last summer. And so you'll see some pictures later where they were doing the work of the classroom right outside. So is anyone better off? This is what our parents said related to some questions on the survey. And Dr. Pakel and I were talking about this, and he pointed out that while this can't be representative of all the other parents, what you do say or do see is that you don't see a huge amount of disagreement, which is often a motivator for filling out a survey. Either agreement, strong disagreement. Did I
Yeah.
explain that well?
People will tell you if they loved it or they hated it. So.
Right. And so we would say that that is a positive indicator. And these are things that we wanted to achieve. We wanted kids eager to return to school in the fall, more confidence, better connected to other people. I would also share that our high schoolers that participated recovered 564 plus credits. This is huge in terms of keeping our students on the path to graduation. Our teachers reported learning new skills, reconnecting with their students, and feeling rejuvenated. And I would suggest that all of the 389 staff that worked on this have made district progress in reimagining summer. So in terms of next steps, we're on a continuous improvement cycle. This is how MDE portrays continuous improvement. And there's a link at the bottom if you want to see the whole document. But I put a little star there at the bottom because we did step one. We established a task force. We established the lead teachers. We assessed our needs and set those 4 essential learning areas. And we identified our core vision in terms of reconnecting, creating new relationships or cementing those existing ones. We had the strategy for what the program would look like, and we tried it once. So now we're at step 5, reassessing our needs, figuring out what worked and what didn't. We've got a steering committee pulling together right now, and we will be, fingers crossed, bringing on those lead teachers in January to begin that refining process. These are just a few of the ideas that already bubbled up, just as we were taking notes during last summer. But I put them here to give you an idea of the breadth of the types of suggestions that people have. Everything from very practical type things in terms of how we register, how we do transportation, all of that, all the way to broader, can we do some PD around hands-on project-based learning? And by the way, Mankato has a degree program in this, you know. Everybody was thinking about how do we continue to make this better. So here are our next steps. We will take a look at all of the data and feedback from year 1. At the end of year 1, we met with all of the various groups of staff types, staff roles that were in the program and sought their feedback. We did the parent survey. Individual schools collected data from their students. So we will look at all of that. We'll work with sites on getting some more student and parent voice into the redesign, and then we'll establish those essential learning areas for next summer. We will have to determine the funding available. We know that there are some limitations on funding coming up because of the overall district situation, but we will be working on that in terms of what revenue sources we can tap into to fund this summer and how that might constrict or loosen our ability to serve students. We'll select the lead teachers, finalize the student recruitment. We've already begun documenting processes where we found that there were hiccups last year, and so we're in the process of creating all of those documents. Of course, we have the practical work of dates and locations, the content. There's a huge amount of work that goes on in Skyward before we can ever register a student, and so all of that, the transportation and recruiting. Finally, our accounting and payroll department needs to be involved, and then we will monitor the data. So I would just leave you with one set of final thoughts. A couple of your speakers tonight were focused on gratitude, and I want to actually do the same thing. And this document was added to board docs today. But just to give you an idea, there's our lead teachers And these are all of the staff that were involved. Summer of Discovery, 389. And then we had a huge district support team that was somewhat invisible to those staff, but I'll tell you, they put their hearts into making this happen. And then our summer redesign task force. So I just wanted to take a moment, thank all of those people, thank you for your support, and give you that update tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Ike. Do we have comments or questions at all?
I have a question. And maybe I missed this, but so could you talk to us about the money piece? You said it'll require additional revenue, so what does that look like? What do you need?
Well, for last summer, we looked at revenue sources that we had available. The state provides some funding through what's called our ADM, our average daily membership, for hours beyond the school year, up to a 0.2. So we get some revenue from that we can use. We also use some money that was tied directly to providing mental health support, and that helped to pay for our mental health staff that we added into the program. We had some COVID dollars that were specifically earmarked for summer or extended learning that we used last year. And so what we need to do at this point, I think we had, John, 5, 6 different funding streams last year. Does that sound right? So we do what's called braiding, and we take them all together and we braid them so that you can unbraid them and figure out what exactly you use them all for. And we will do the same. We will look at all of our potential funding streams in the district to see how much is available in each of these areas that could help fund year 2. We will also be creating an evaluation plan for year 2 that's a little more robust than we had time to put together for year 1. And I'm hoping that we can secure some funds from outside the district to keep this going into the future.
Thank you.
Ms. Workman.
Ms. Ike, I would really like to congratulate you and these thousands of people who worked with you on making this available for our students. I'm certainly not going to read through the entire list of names. We'd be here for a very long time. I'm really excited about this program, and I really hope that we can have those funding streams available so we can do this next summer as well. I know that our dollars are a little bit tight, and I'm hoping that we would be able to have some community partners who would hope to, we would hope to help fund this for our kids, because when our kids do better, we all do better. So thank you so much for this. It's awesome.
You bet. And I'm just the messenger. They really pulled it off. So
Thank you, Ms. Ike.
Thank you.
Next, we have board member committee updates. Any board member want to report on work that they have done in recent weeks? Ms. Nathan.
So usually you see our updates for the policy committee through the policies that we bring to the board to be briefed and approved. But I wanted to give an overview of the work that we've done this year and a preview for next year, because usually in January, board members have the opportunity to select committee assignments. So I wanted, in full transparency, anybody who might be interested in that policy work to see what's been put together. Before I start, it is a night of thanks, but I really want to thank my fellow board members, Ms. Severson, superintendent, and all of the cabinet members who come and attend our policy committee meetings once a month. They're about 2+ hours. And we have really tackled a lot of policies and procedures this year in a way that I don't remember doing it in previous years, where we've had some really good conversations about not just the words on the page, but how it impacts the administration and the implementation and the management portion of the district. And I appreciate the openness and the honesty and the information that all the cabinet members have brought to us, and I look forward to continuing that next year. So just an overview, we reviewed 85 policies and procedures in 2021, and we're required to review all of our policies and procedures on a 3-year cycle. So next year, we have about 65, in the next 2 years, in each of the next 2 years, 2022 and 2023, we have about 65 policies and procedures. So I'm I've put in board docs for board members, a list of the policies that we've sort of mapped out for the next 2 years, and also a monthly cycle of what it might look like for when the policy committee will meet and when the cabinet will be doing their work to provide us the feedback, and then when we'll be doing our briefings. What I appreciate about the process is that it will not feel as front-loaded and as heavy as it has in some months where we've had 10 or 15 policies and procedures to review. We're able to get down to maybe 6 or 5 in a month, and there's even some months we might be able to skip. Brenda's clapping. So anyway, for board members and for the public, this information is in the board member committee update with the details, but I just wanted to give a sense of the scope of the work that policy committee is working on.
And if I could jump in there, because it's Director Nathan who has put in so incredibly much time, not just the work on the policies themselves, but this grand vision of the cycle and the timing and the incredibly intricate calendar of, if we're going to talk about them this day, then we have to have this by this day, and we have to have that by that day, and it goes back like 8 steps. So it's pretty impressive. Thank you. And to my colleagues.
I was going to say, since Melissa spoke, I guess I should speak as well. I'd like to speak. I really appreciate the work that the others on the policy committee have done, for Ms. Severson, for her work in getting things into board docs and correctly formatted. I know it's been a huge thing for you, so I applaud you for your efforts and your time and everything that you've brought to the policy committee. It's greatly appreciated. I think we're a good team. Kathy is a little bit of a slave driver at times, and it's wonderful because she's so intent on focusing on the structure and how we get things done. This is something that we've needed for a very long time, and I'm very appreciative that this is finally starting to get into place. I guess most of you are probably aware that policies have been something I've been interested in for a long time, and doing this work this year has made me even more interested, if that's possible, and it very much is. So it was also helpful during the times that we weren't meeting with cabinet or the superintendent or Michelle, when the three of us would get together and hash through some of these policies and hash through, how do we review them? When do we review them? You know, what is the structure going to look like? So I think, you know, like, what is it? You know, like knives that are sharpened on stone, we sharpened each other a lot, or I felt that you sharpened me anyway, both of you. So it's just been delightful to work on these. I know that sounds very strange, delightful and policies in the same sentence, but it's really awesome work and it's important work, and thanks to all of you who've made this possible.
It's a lot of work, too.
It is a lot of work. And we will be revisiting committee assignments. We agreed as a board that we would maintain our committee assignments throughout this school year, but we're going to revisit what each committee involves and whether those who are on those committees are currently able to make the meeting times and do the work that's involved, because there's a difference. Ms. Workman, when you were talking about sharpening a knife, I was going to talk about the policy committee being on the cutting edge, but I won't do that.
Thank you for not doing that.
You're welcome. Moving on to
Chair Marvin, I had another
Oh,
update from
sorry.
the legislative committee.
Yes.
It's maybe part 2 of what we talked about last week with the legislative priorities. Our committee met again this week, and we've developed a plan for how to contact our local legislators and advise them of what our priorities are. We've decided to divide them between what's the current Senate District 25 and Senate District 26 to make it a manageable group by Zoom meeting. So we will schedule those in early January and figure out how to connect with them. We also talked about planning a candidate forum for the candidates for those offices, focusing on education. And we're thinking about holding that sometime in the summer to highlight not only our priorities, but the important education issues that these candidates will be working on with us. We'd also invite you to contact your legislators individually if you choose to, but we will give further updates as we move through this process.
Thank you, and I apologize for not, yes, Ms. Workman.
Oh, did you have a question?
I was just
Okay.
doing my
Um, Are we good on the legislative committee then?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so in connection with that, Melissa and I were at the delegate assembly on Friday night and Saturday. I was, on the one hand, rather disappointed that we weren't meeting in person, but it really was helpful not to have to drive anywhere. I thought, from my perspective anyway, and Melissa, you can chime in if you want, I think that it went really well virtually. I think we were able probably to have more conversations than we usually are able to when it's in person. So I'd just like to touch a little bit on how three of our four priorities lined up with the delegate assembly. So the first one of our priorities relates to full funding for public schools. There were 117 delegates there. Not everybody voted on every issue, so it didn't always add up to 117. But on the first issue, the full funding of public schools, the vote was 112 yes to 1 no. So I feel that we are really on the right course here with our legislative policy, priorities, that it really lines up well with the feeling across the state. Our second one about poverty and how do we identify students for free and reduced lunch and all that kind of thing, that one passed with a vote of 113 to 4. So once again, something that districts across the state are very strongly interested in and unified over. So the last one was the expansion of full community schools. This one also passed. The vote was 80 to 30, and it came, Melissa did an awesome job about talking about community schools and invited everybody to come to Rochester, so.
I volunteered to do the tours, so
Yes,
don't worry
yeah.
that I'm getting to
But it came really, it was very clear to me that there was a lot of misconception and misunderstanding about exactly what full community schools are and how they are funded. And you made the point really well in terms of the services that are provided, like with our dental clinic and so on, and that our most major expense is having the site coordinator. Some districts were a little bit reluctant, like, we don't really want to have to do this. Well, you don't, it's a choice, but it's certainly worked really well here. And once again, Melissa was just a big cheerleader for the community schools and spoke well to it.
And I wasn't going to talk at all because it was my first delegate assembly, and Julie's like, no, you should talk about this thing. And then after I talked once, I wouldn't shut up. But so for those of you who haven't participated in delegate assembly, the idea is that MSBA adopts a list of priorities, but before and somebody has to write it up with a lot of background, and then you get to debate it. I assume it's similar to what they would do at the legislature, but and it's very formal with, you have to be given the floor and all that, which seemed a little less formal on Zoom, but I haven't been to a regular one. But so the idea is that in this way, the MSBA, all of the school boards join this state association, and the state association gives us professional support for what we do. And one of those things is a legislative agenda. So the whole idea is that before MSBA can adopt a list of what we support and what we don't support, we have to make sure everybody's supporting it. So it was very instructive, and hopefully some of these initiatives will gain traction because they are all desperately needed by all of our school districts throughout the state. So it was fascinating, and everybody should try to be on delegate assembly at least once, because it's
So we're
quite the
elected for 2-year,
experience.
or chosen for 2-year terms, so we get to go through this again a year from now. And hopefully we will have some, more results or more forward motion on some of these resolutions. I did speak with Dr. Marvin on the phone, I guess, this afternoon about a wonderful experience that I had last night in view of how all of our student athletes were recognized. She said, well, just share. So I'm going to talk a little bit more. So last night I attended the Friedel Mayo Orchestra concert at Mayo. The Friedel Orchestra, 8th grade orchestra, played first, and then the 3 Mayo orchestras played. They received a well-deserved standing ovation. I talked with Katie Queasley, the Mayo Orchestra director a little bit afterwards, and I said, it is amazing what you and these kids have done together, especially since they were playing online for last year. So music, singing, playing an instrument, composing music, listening to it, maybe not in the elevator, can do a lot to help with mental health. It is clear that both of these directors, Lori at Friedel and Katie at Mayo, are respected and loved by their students. It is clear that there are positive relationships and connections, not only between the teachers and the students, but also among the students. There's a special kind of bonding that occurs in high school music, being together for an hour every school day for 4 years, learning together, singing or playing together. Learning and growing through the arts contribute to positive mental health and well-being. The arts also foster and improve academic learning, but are intrinsically important to who we are as healthy humans. So once again, congratulations again to Mayo and Friedel orchestras and their directors on a stunningly wonderful performance last night.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. Anyone else? All right, then we will move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed for separate consideration? Ms. Workman.
Yes, I would like to move 5.08, approval of resolution in support of an underpass walkway at Dakota Middle School, which was briefed last week.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Then I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda absent 5.08.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda without 5.08 is approved. And Ms. Workman.
So I get to talk a lot in a row. I'm going to share with you a little bit of a history review in Rochester Public Schools, which is a couple days ago I received an email communication from a retired teacher and former colleague who taught at Central Junior High. I was also there. I know that really dates me, but that's okay. So I have paraphrased and condensed the exchange we had as follows. So the first email asked, who is going to monitor the tunnel during school hours? I just talked to a Willow Creek teacher about student behavior, a veteran teacher who hates what is going on there. I remember the tunnel between Kaufman and Central Building and all the problems with that. I responded by asking, do you remember how the tunnel was monitored? The response was, teachers were assigned to monitor the tunnel, much like hall duty. I had to do it for 1 month each year. It was way over on the other side of the building from me, then I had to hustle back to my class. It was crazy, and there were lots of problems in the tunnel. I wanted a bit more context, so I asked, what kinds of problems were there? Did you ever feel unsafe? Did students follow adult direction? I got a fairly comprehensive response, which I'm going to summarize and have lightly edited with a few side comments on my own. And the writer said, no, I never felt unsafe, but 7th and 8th graders didn't like the tunnel. Yes, there were problems in the tunnel, fights, bullying, and kids sneaking off in there to skip classes. And kind of as an aside to that, I did receive another email communication from a different individual about skipping classes and the problems that ensue as a result, but that's a different conversation. So to continue, this was a tunnel connecting 2 school buildings. So the circumstances with the underpass at Dakota Middle School aren't exactly the same. The 9th grade assistant principal kept a good eye during class time when he could. Also, no kids were to cross the street during the day, but were to use the tunnel. However, a lot of kids just didn't feel safe doing so. More perception than actual data, but there were problems. Teachers on the first floor and basement were assigned tunnel duty. All 3 grades at certain times and during certain quarters had classes in both buildings. Part-time teachers, I was one, didn't have tunnel or hall duty except just outside their classroom. Then when we went to Willow Creek, it was really downsized from the Central Kaufman campus, and we opened overcrowded. The first year at Willow was maybe the hardest year for problems. My area was pretty isolated from most problems. We always had students in the old Central that didn't follow rules and challenged teachers, but not like now. When teachers who have taught for years at middle school are shocked at behavior and language used toward them, it certainly doesn't compare to the worst back in the mid-'70s and early '80s. From secondhand statements from current teachers, it is much worse now. I believe this is true nationwide. Just by reading the information shared to the board, administration, and the Post Bulletin about the problems at Willow Creek, it is certainly nothing I ever experienced in 36 years of teaching. When did we have to lock doors to keep students from disruptive students, not even in our class? Never. So that was the gist of our correspondence. So as I just mentioned, the proposed tunnel for Dakota Middle School does not connect two buildings, so students will not be going back and forth during the day. Theoretically, they should only be in the tunnel twice a day, coming to school and leaving from school. Safety is my number one concern. Is there any possibility other than something that goes underground? A walkway over the road, a crossing with pedestrian crossing lights, and marked with a blinking warning sign before and after schools, before vehicles get to it, with reduced speed? Could my concerns be alleviated by sharing a summary of any discussion about student safety? I'm more concerned about the underground tunnel walkway than any of the alternatives I just mentioned, and there may be others that I didn't think of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workman. You raised some concerns about the walkway, safety concerns, and you also suggested that there might be other options we could look for. On the consent agenda, it asks for $171,000 that would be the budget, the district's portion of the cost for building that walkway. At this point,
the underground walkway.
What did I say?
Well, you just said walkway. I just wanted to clarify that it is underground. It's an underground walkway.
At this point, this part of the consent agenda has not been approved. With those considerations, would anyone like to move this to be approved as well? Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to do that, but could I?
Yes, you can.
So presently, there is a walkway that serves Riverside Elementary and has for a number of years safely. And so I feel very confident that our children can successfully navigate, have been able to, and will continue to be able to. So I move that this be added back to the consent agenda and that we vote on it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve 5.08. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And it passes. Thank you. 6.01, World's Best Workforce Plan updated.
Chair Marvin?
Yes.
When we remove something from the consent agenda, then I think that we need to read the resolution. At least that's been our past practice. I don't know if it's required.
Okay, we can. I can absolutely do that. So forget we just voted on that.
Well, we'll just do it the other way around, but am I right? Your understanding?
Yeah, you voted to approve this, and a second was made. We need to read the resolution and then vote on that resolution as well.
Okay, thank you. I just said 5.08. I did not read the resolution, so thank you. Be it resolved, the School Board of Independent School District 535 approves this resolution that supports the underpass walkway under 65th Street Northwest at the New Dakota Middle School and verifies that funding in the amount of $171,242 is budgeted for the district portion of the project.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Motion passes again. Now we can move on to 6.01, the World's Best Workforce Plan. This is an update. Dr. Piquel.
Madam Chair and Directors of the Board, very briefly, if I may, there's a longstanding tradition in Rochester that the superintendent recognizes retirements, which our chair just reminded me of, and I don't want to be the one that breaks that tradition. So I want to thank and recognize Deborah Ware, who's a special education paraprofessional at Hoover Early Learning School, who retired in November after 16 years of service, and James Whitkus, who's custodian lead 6 at John Adams Middle School, who will be retiring at the end of January, and he's been with the district for 19 years. So I thank both of them. And didn't want to break that longstanding tradition. So
Thank you. I think it's bad luck if you break that, so.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
I don't
Dr.
want to, especially since we've been talking about the critical role that all staff in RPS play highlighting paraprofessionals tonight. So with that, another member of our incredibly valuable and talented team is Brenda Wichman, who is our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. As board members are aware, Minnesota requires all school districts to annually set goals for what the state calls World's Best Workforce, which essentially is a framework of priorities and improvement initiatives. We had a study session a number of weeks ago in this room where board members moved around stations and asked questions, and then we visited again at other board meetings. And so Brenda is bringing back tonight for the board a set of the goals that we have agreed are, I think, transitional goals as we are in the midst of developing our strategic action plan, which once complete, I think should drive future versions of Rochester's World's Best Workforce. But that's still a work in progress. And so in some ways, at least I think of the goals Brenda's going to share with you now as placeholder goals. But we do need to do this, and we do need to request a vote from you, a formal approval for this, which to meet the state's deadline, we would ask you to consider doing tonight. So Brenda, thank you for your leadership in pulling this together at a time of lots of change. And I'll turn it over to you.
And thank you for that introduction. I hope tonight I'm before you for the last time to talk about this year's World's Best Workforce Plan. It's a multi-step process. And like Dr. Brickell said, we were together earlier in November. We went through the stations. We looked at the data. But we closed that meeting by saying, setting the goals for this year is going to be tricky because we're not making forward progress in the goals that we had. So I listened to your feedback, met with Dr. Brickell, and we came up with some goals that I'm presenting to you tonight. And I'm not able to get this to move forward. Oh, I watched you do that and then I forgot. So, I mean, I just breezed back past that. You've seen that. I just had that in there, the placeholder about the 5 different goal areas. So we're looking at the goal for this year for that kindergarten readiness is we want kindergartners to score at low risk on the FAST Bridge, and they just take the math from 73.9 to 75.9, and to score at yellow or blue for onset fluency on the Hegarty assessment. And the reason we chose that one specific part of the Hegarty assessment, because if students score at yellow or blue, that will keep them out of intervention. And that onset fluency, just being able to say the first letter of the word, the first sound of the word, is a really important skill for kindergarten. So we'll continue that important partnership with Cradle to Career. It was great to have that update from Claudia last time we met and talking about those early learning materials that Cradle to Career provides for our parents. And we are always looking to increase access and to get high quality pre-K for all students. And that the assessment and the curriculum that we use in our preschool programs is it's very high quality. So they will continue to use that assessment and that creative curriculum.
We're following you, Brenda. So,
But
we
you
got it. We got it.
Siri is enthused. Okay, got it.
So from that 3rd grade literacy, we have to go back to our 2019 proficiency to increase from 49.7% to 54.8%, which is where we were in 2019. And then showing growth at the typical or aggressive benchmark and the FAST Bridge. And this year we were at, or the first year we did it last year was 40.3. So all of these goals, most of them were just increasing everything by 2%, because at that meeting, I think we kind of agreed that 2% would be a good marker. So most of these action steps you've seen already, but I did want to add that last bullet. We're going to begin some letters training, And if you're following the work of the dyslexia people at MDE or talking to anybody about early literacy in Minnesota, they're going to be talking about letters training, and that's language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. So it's a great professional development for teachers, but it's very involved. It's not like it's you take 4 hours of PD and now you're a letters certified teacher. So we were kind of hoping that we would have some help with MDE to provide letters training, and it doesn't look like that's going to work out, but we will work directly with the Lexia company and they provide it. So we're working with general ed and special ed and trying to get some people trained in that. And we're looking at, do we go with the train the trainer model? Because we have so many teachers that would need that training. So we're just starting to explore that. The closing the achievement gap between student groups. Remember when this goal was really confusing? I do, because I was always confused by it, and maybe you weren't. But you know, if we would say close the achievement gap between subgroups, well, what does that mean? We want some groups to go down while other groups go up? Well, certainly not. We want all students to go up. So we're looking at all subgroups at or above where all students are in Minnesota. So with all subgroups increasing 2%, with the long-term goal at being at or above the state average of all students. So I did provide the data on this, all of the subgroups. It starts with where Minnesota is for all students, and then where all of our subgroups are. For reading and math. And you can see we have a lot of work to do there. And we'll continue. You know, it's really hard to put in, what are we going to do specifically to reduce the achievement gap? Honestly, everything that we do is to reduce that achievement gap. I mean, we know it in Minnesota, it's larger than anywhere else. And in Rochester, we reflect what it looks like in Minnesota. So, I mean, from, you know, all of the adding a diversity, equity, and inclusion department, hiring equity specialists, doing training for all staff, not just our, you know, equity specialists and counselors. I mean, it's really something that I believe is present in our efforts. Certainly more that we could do. And then all students career and college ready, we had to go back to the 2019 and looking at increasing those measures by 2%. So reading from 48 to 50 and math from 45 to 47. And continuing our percentage of students who access concurrent course offerings, and that's an increase 2% year over year. And then we have that big task force that's working on college and career readiness, and I think I explained this is really present in a lot of new policy and new legislation that we beef up our efforts in college and career readiness, and we stand prepared to do that. And then all students graduate, the 4-year graduation rate going back to that 2019. And remember that this is always a really lagging number because we still don't have our 2020 we have our 2020, but not our 2021. That comes very late in the game. So yes, we do have 2021, our 20, but not 21. And I just put in the data where we were for all of our subgroups in 2019, so an increase of 2%. And kind of some of the same action steps, professional development. And this is really where our commitment to equitable grading practices comes in, because we want our grades and our achievement to be about the learning, not about our teaching. If students aren't learning, then we have to go back to doing something differently for them. And providing multiple ways for students to earn credit. Oh, and I do want to put in a plug, developing multiple pathways. We'll have an update on PTEC probably in January or February, but I'll just put in a little tease that already the number of students they have wanting to get in for next year's cohort is exceeding the number we had this year, or at this time last year, so that's exciting. So the next step is, when approved, hopefully tonight, but if you need more time, that's okay. This would need to be submitted to the Department of Ed by December 15th, and then like Kent said at the beginning of this, we really need to examine the world's best workforce and how that fits into the context of our district strategic plan. I mean, this is a subset of that much larger plan. Have any questions or?
Thank you. And Brenda, I think I'll read the resolution and then we'll have discussion because this is an action item. Be it resolved, the School Board of Independent School District 535 does hereby approve the world's best workforce plan summary as presented. And Ms. Nathan, you had a question.
So because I know I'll go back to this next year, so I want to know that I have the numbers right for this year. When you're looking at the numbers on closing the achievement gaps and the numbers for graduation, are those numbers the goal numbers, or should we add 2% to those numbers for the goals?
Great question. We'll be adding 2% to that. And I guess I was trying to be efficient and not, it's so much to look at, you know, like that's this year and +2. So I thought, well, +2, yeah, that's a good question, but it is. When I write the actual goals, I'll make that clear to MDE, the actual number.
Is 2 more than what's in this
+2
document?
on all
Okay.
of these.
Ms. Workman.
One of the things I really like about this is that we're looking for improvement in relatively incremental steps. I mean, we all remember the joy of No Child Left Behind, and 100% of kids were going to be proficient by 2014, which was overwhelming and didn't work. So I really applaud you on taking a very gradual approach to this, at least initially, to see how these programs work, where we can improve and where we can go. So thank you for that. And then the other thing I was going to just comment on briefly, I was invited to be a Strive mentor over at the ALC, and in meeting with my mentee this morning, she commented on how much she loves her culinary class. And the best part of it is that it also meets the standards for a math credit. And what fun is it to actually be able to use math skills in something that you get to eat? So, and you know, as I see our curriculum developing and as we're looking for new ways to engage kids, I mean, I think that's really helpful. And of course, we have that going on with our C-Tech and our P-Tech programs already. So, anyways,
And kudos to the ALC. They're really leading the way on that integration and looking at exactly which standards students haven't met and what they need to meet in order to get credit.
Yeah, that measuring thing in culinary arts, that may be why my cooking is so lousy. I'm going to think on that. Mr. Barlow.
Yes, I wasn't able to attend the study session that was held. I did follow. And as I look at the information presented this evening, and I think it is great that there's a realization that all subgroups should minimally increase their scores by 2%. Yet, as I look at the reality for one subgroup, Black African American, and look at the math being 17.7 or the reading at 30, and I'm thinking, okay, 2%, 2%, 2%. That's not too exciting. I'm sure it isn't to anyone. So I tried to, if you will, understand the concept of a long-term goal. Okay. Not to put you on the spot, and certainly maybe through the strategic action plan, we're putting our eggs in that basket, as well as the development of and usage of equity specialists, which I think will perhaps provide additional insight and hands-on services to address this. I understand the need for approval of the plan, but at the same time, While I will vote for the approval, I'm just to say I'm not happy with, excited by, or thinking that these are great goals and or significant movement. And I know that's not the intent to do that. I am more excited though about the aspirational planning that is before us. And so I will, like I'm sure my fellow board members, with bated breath, be awaiting what is presented and putting a lot of stock in that strategic action plan, the equity, the DEI department, the issues and initiatives they're going to undertake and how it will relate to increased student performance. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. Workman?
Yeah, since I'm kind of on a soapbox this evening, I'll stay on it for another few minutes. You're welcome to tune me out. So in my work as being on the Purpose Center for Arts Board of Directors, one of the things that I've observed in the arts high school is that we have students who have come in who are very talented in some area of the arts. Many of them are also academically behind. Yet I've seen in those 2 years, those kids make incredible academic progress. And I know when we start to talk about budget cuts, it's usually the arts get hacked at first. And sometimes I think we're really going about it backwards when we're looking at, what's good for kids, what keeps kids in school, what helps keep kids motivated, like the student who, cooking and math, like, wow. So I would just ask the rest of the board and the community to seriously consider some of this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be with programs that are, or electives that are added to the school day, but how we can involve kids in music. I mean, we've got a bunch of musicals that have occurred in the high school. I think Friedel is going to be doing a musical in March. Maybe that's a different school. Anyway, these kinds of things that really keep kids engaged and focused. And we experience a certain amount of that too with sports in terms of the kids are engaged with school and many of them are doing very, very well academically. So these things are all connected. And while this is important, I think we need to discuss maybe the how of, how do we get there? And would like that to be part of the discussion. So I'm done with that for now.
All right. And Dr. Piquel?
I just want to very briefly, Dr. Barlow, I really appreciate your comment. This recommendation is only for improvement in the midst of a pandemic while we are in transition with the strategy. I agree completely, 2% incremental improvement at a 17% proficiency rate would be educational malpractice to sustain for a sustained period of time. I think what Rochester has a chance to do is, rather than what has been discussed tonight, has driven American education policy for quite a while, which is pick an arbitrary goal that someone may or may not ever have achieved and say you're going to make equal increments toward it, is in some ways nonsensical. That's not the way any company would set its goals for profit. What we need to do is identify the actual high performers, those schools and systems that are achieving rates of proficiency for those African American students, and benchmark against those, because those people have actually done it, as opposed to a sort of arbitrary effort to hit performance benchmarks. Ideally, we're benchmarking against people who've done it in Rochester, so that we don't actually have to just look at Kentucky or Montgomery County, Maryland. But we also can look across the country for high performers. Rochester kids certainly deserve it. And so this is a transition strategy very explicitly. And I thank Brenda for helping us put together that transition strategy, but I know she joins me in agreeing that this would be wholly inadequate for a long-term improvement agenda.
Thank you. The resolution has been read. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the resolution passes. Thank you, Ms. Witchman.
Thank you.
At this time, we've been asked to have a brief recess, so we will be in recess until 7:43.
Okay, that might be a problem.
Today, tomorrow, sometime.
Don't make her use her gavel.
Board members don't listen real well. In my haste to be efficient, I did read the resolution for World's Best Workforce. And we voted on it. I never asked anyone to move it and to second it.
Would you like us to do that now?
I really would.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And we already voted on it, and Ms. Severson captured that vote, so thank you. Moving on to approval of school district property taxes payable in 2022. This was briefed on November 30th. Dr. Piquel.
Directors of the board, I'd like to ask John Carlson to come up in case board members have any additional questions or concerns that they'd like to touch on about this, but as our chair noted, we did brief this previously.
And Mr. Carlson, if I start with you, I will read the resolution. It will be moved and seconded, and then we'll have an opportunity. And make sure that I get that right this time. Be it resolved, School Board of Independent School District 535, Rochester, Minnesota, being a school district in Olmsted County, Minnesota, that there be and is hereby proposed a levy upon all taxable property in said school district. A new calendar year 2022 school tax for fiscal year 2023 in the amount of $70,186,038.74 as follows. General Fund, $41,644,906.84. Community Services Fund, $3,662,479.91. General Debt Service Funds, $24,878,651.99. Total certified levy, $70,186,038.74.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions for Mr. Carlson or any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Good job, Mr. Carlson. Thank you.
Dr. Marvin?
Yes.
Before we go on, I'd like to make a statement, if that's okay.
Does it have anything to do with the meeting?
Yes, it does. Actually, yes, it does.
Okay,
Yes,
then.
it does.
Go ahead.
I really want to thank Will Ruffin for bringing to my attention my very poor choice of words in describing Kathy's enthusiasm for keeping us on task and pushing it as a slave driver. I certainly meant no offense by it, but it was obviously very unthinking on my part, and I know I've offended a lot of people, so I really want to apologize for that. So, and I asked Will to, keep out what he's doing so that we can all learn. So, thank you.
And thank you for that, Ms. Workman. We all have to remember that we all need to do better, so thank you for that. 8.02, Interim Superintendent Self-Evaluation. This is a mid-year progress report and a discussion item. Dr. Piquel.
Thank you, Chair Marvin and directors of the board. I will be relatively brief, both because of the hour and because there's a memo that is board members have received that outlines where we are. We also will be gathering for a closed session for my evaluation, which will be informed by some feedback through a survey that administrators and community members, others in the district are completing. So this is my effort to just briefly kind of give you a sense of where we are on the 3 goals that I proposed and the board approved for me back shortly after I arrived here in July. And as board members will remember, by design, we established goals that are achievable in a 1-year tenure as an interim superintendent, thereby not including what we think, as Director Barlow was just highlighting a moment ago, are the most important goals of our work, which are goals in student learning and student outcomes. But those are longer-term goals, and so these are goals that I think are critical process goals that lay the groundwork for long-term and sustained improvement. As board members know, and community folks have been following along, the first of those goals is establishing a strategic action plan for the school district. The second is keeping our schools safe and open during the COVID pandemic. And the third is working with Will Ruffin II and his team and others in the district to conceptualize and launch this new, not just a Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, but the function in Rochester Public Schools more broadly. So very briefly, where are we? I got here soon after in July, and through dialogues, individual meeting with each of you as board members, and with talking to many people at the school district levels and in the community, the thing that continually emerged is that while Rochester Public Schools has articulated some very bold visions for the future of our school district and for our students in the 3 broad goals of our strategic plan and the graduate profile, what we were lacking was a roadmap. We were lacking the specific strategies and the measures that we're going to use to guide progress toward improvement. And so somewhat unusually for an interim superintendent, we launched the development of our long-term strategic action plan. I think it made sense for 2 reasons. One, it was the right time for Rochester. Second, we are in the middle of a global pandemic when launching major new improvement efforts in schools to change curriculum, change instruction, change programming, frankly, would get lost in the fact that our staff, and really in many ways our students, are really overwhelmed with just returning to in-person learning at this time. And so I think, to Rochester's credit, we're using this year to plan, to lay the groundwork for long-term improvement that will eventually result in adopting new curricula and new measures and launching new programs. But that's not what we're doing this year. Instead, we are doing our homework and trying to paint a picture of where we want to go in the future. Through the analysis that I did of Rochester's outcomes to date, looking at many different documents that working groups and others had produced, and then meeting with, as I mentioned, people from throughout the Rochester community and school district, we've identified 5 critical areas that we needed to roll up our sleeves and focus on and think about. The first were outcomes and measures. What are we trying to achieve, and how are we going to assess our progress toward it? Second were improvement systems. How do we get better at getting better, especially in the area of teaching and learning? The third was an economic engine. How do we actually have the resources, human and financial, to achieve the outcomes that we all have for Rochester kids? Fourth was organizational culture. How do we create a space where all students, all staff, all parents and community members can be their full selves and their full and best selves in Rochester Public Schools? And then fifth was family and community engagement. How can we understand what our parenting adults want for their young people, other family members, and also community organizations, and align our priorities with those strategies? We invited community members to be a part of analyzing those 5 areas. About 175 applied. We were able to choose 75 of those folks. So we were gratified by the interest, and we are really gratified by all of the people who are serving on those 5 working groups. We also added a 6th group that we call the Coherence Committee that is charged with connecting the dots across those groups so that the plan that results from this effort is more than the sum of its parts. We are going to be administering a quantitative survey very broadly to students, to staff, to parents, and to community members who may have no direct connection to Rochester Public Schools, but who are citizens of Rochester, to get their feedback on the priorities. And we'll also be doing focus groups that we actually have started now. We're doing the focus groups with students to go deeper and to understand, where we need to go as a school district. We are intentionally reaching out for both the focus groups and the surveys to some of those 100 people who wanted to serve on our working groups and who we just couldn't actually accommodate in terms of space. So they are going to have a chance to formally register their perspectives there. That survey of the strategic plan will start in January, because today we released another survey on the impact of recent school start times changes. And so we had to be aware of survey fatigue. And so that's why we're managing it that way. I'm really confident of the ability to have a strong strategic plan by June. Like all of these efforts, this is not at all entirely my doing. It's not even mostly my doing. Denise Moody's been doing a great job as our interim director of strategic planning in Carla Bolason's area, and Carla's been involved. Board members are on the working groups, cabinet members are, and so I think we have a very good shot at having a very strong plan to present to you for consideration by June. The second goal was keeping our schools safe and open, and as board members know, that remains an ongoing challenge. When we got here, it seems like another universe, paradigm. We actually didn't have masks on and thought we wouldn't have to have masks on. And as you know, I initially recommended no masks at the middle and high school levels and just at the elementary levels where vaccination was not possible. Then along came the Delta variant. And we have developed a comprehensive safe and open schools plan that was not static, that we have periodically updated as we've learned more about ways to mitigate the spread of the disease. We've had a great team centrally here that's been working on our COVID strategy, and COVID coordinators and COVID staff in our schools that have been indispensable. I've talked to many school principals who said, I spent my whole weekend contact tracing. And I know it's not just principals, our school nurses, our health office professionals. As a result of those efforts, we've definitely had COVID in our schools, but we are entirely open and kids are learning in person. We've had to date 1,048 positive cases of COVID-19 in the district, which amounts to about 5% of our total staff of 17,800 students and 2,700 staff. The vast majority of those, I hasten to add, have been unvaccinated, between 85 and 90% in any given week. And so I personally urge all of the parents, guardians, other responsible adults in Rochester Public Schools, please get your kid vaccinated, get your boosters. It's going to be our best way of getting back to normal, such as it can exist. I think we've also been state leaders in our approach to COVID. I think, to my knowledge, we're the only district that has released actual vaccination numbers for both students and staff at the individual school level. And that showed us that while in some of our comprehensive high schools, for instance, we had 75% of students vaccinated, as board members will recall, at that same time, only 38% were vaccinated at our area learning center. And so we've hosted clinics and had other efforts. I haven't had a chance to check the percentage at the ALC now, but it's significantly higher, and we'll keep at it. Another area of innovation has been our alternative to quarantine program, or test to stay program, which we have piloted at Bishop, Willow Creek, and John Marshall, and has saved hundreds of hours of lost learning time to quarantine. We have closed classrooms and grade levels, but no schools. And I think that's a significant accomplishment. To date, we've closed 2 grade levels for quarantine periods, one 6th grade at John Adams and one 2nd grade at Longfellow. And we've closed 13 classrooms at the elementary level. When I say closed, we went to full distance learning. And as board members are aware, our classroom teachers in particular have told us, I can do in-person learning and I can do full distance learning. But a hybrid in which I've got some kids in the room with me and some kids learning is a huge challenge for us, starting technologically, because everybody can't see everybody, but it's also just a completely different instructional mode. And so in order to prevent the spread of COVID in our schools when we've needed to, we have closed those classes and grade levels, and as board members know, we have got some thresholds that are not rigid triggers, but that guide our implementation of that strategy. And candidly, we're always looking for ways to enhance the mitigation of spread of COVID. Board members recently approved a significant investment in HEPA filters that are now all across the district and are going to be further, I think, hopefully mitigating spread within our buildings. And we keep asking and scrutinizing our strategies to be sure that we are current with the science and current with the priorities for Rochester kids. My biggest concern remains right now quarantine, because when we have quarantine kids, we lose learning time. And so my hope is that as hopefully vaccination rates increase and community spread decreases, we will be able to dial back the use of quarantine, but we're not quite there yet, as we remain in Olmsted County at a very, very high rate of spread. And then the final goal was working with Will Ruffin II and many others to help conceptualize what our the board's, starting with the board's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, what that means. With leadership from Will and others, we've secured an initial investment from the state, continued further investment from the state of Minnesota in what are often called grow your own programs to enhance the development of teachers of color for our district. We are going to be a national pilot for a new app to strengthen teacher-student relationships called Along, that was developed by a nonprofit called Gradient Learning. Not coincidentally, it was developed based on research that I led during my 10 years at the Search Institute on teacher-student relationships. And the teacher films a short video, sends it out to all the students send a short video back in response, and then there's classroom activities and reinforcing strategies. And I'm excited that this is part of our DEI work, because relationships are at the core. They're at the core of being able to advance equity. And so this will be an innovative effort to leverage technology to do that as well. We've also launched the Perspectives Project, where Will and our equity specialists and other members of the staff are directly interviewing students who have been impacted by our discipline policies and procedures. The kids who actually have been suspended or have been referred, to get their perspective, not just on what occurred when those incidents happened, but what needs to happen to create safe and welcoming schools for them and for all kids. And I'm really excited to begin looking at the feedback that we get from that. Our partner in the strategic planning process, Wilder Research, has been providing support for the team in setting up those focus groups, and they're going to provide additional support in looking at the qualitative data that's going to come from them. And then finally, as you heard at our recent discussion of some of the well-being and behavior issues that are happening in our secondary schools, we also are going to make, using federal funds, a major investment in additional equity specialists for our school district. And those positions are posted, and I'm pleased to report we have some really strong applicants. I'm confident that by the time we get to June, Will and I will be able to present the board with an overview comprehensively of what the DEI function in Rochester Public Schools looks like. But I think in conclusion, I would say it's pretty clear to us at this point that it's going to be at least two components, both advocacy and capacity building. Advocacy, speaking truth to power, making sure that people actually are aware of disparities, biases, but also capacity building, helping individual staff and students as well to connect across lines of diversity, to provide instruction that is culturally responsive and relevant. So it's a work in progress. It's been 5 months, but I think we've laid some solid groundwork for the work to date. And all of these points are outlined in somewhat greater detail in the memo that I submitted to the board yesterday.
Awesome. And we will be meeting as a board next Tuesday in closed session with Dr. Piquel for much of that time to discuss this further. But at this point, do you have, briefly, do you have questions or concerns or? Ms. McLaughlin.
I just have a question. It's probably not related necessarily to the evaluation, but just one of the things you included in here was new to me. This pilot with the Along app, is that going to be district-wide, certain subsets, certain buildings? Do you have a plan for that yet?
Director McLaughlin, it is going to be 70 teachers initially that Will has recruited, very diverse levels and grade levels. And we would love to come and brief you on that. I will say we have received a significant grant from a foundation to also support that work that we'll ask the board to review and approve at a future meeting. So it's pretty exciting work, and it's going to be like any technology effort. It's going to be, there'll be some glitches and some lessons learned, but the relationship, the connection that I had was because they built part of the app on the research that we did at Search Institute. And so as Will and I were talking about really his assessment of the district and vision of DEI, we just said it's all about relationships, that relationships are just a through line. And so that's why the Along pilot is going to be a part of our DEI efforts. I think it makes us pretty unique. That's something that in other places might be housed somewhere else. And I'm excited that it's going to be part of our equity work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Barlow.
I'm excited regarding the Test to Stay program. One of my grandsons had to be quarantined. He wasn't at a school where he was able to test to stay. But I was curious regarding, I thought at one point I say we, so by we I mean the district had established, if you will, a rigid, your words, rigid trigger, a threshold, a percentage of the classroom that perhaps when the numbers reach that level, then there would be a distance learning mechanism to kick in. And I guess I was kind of surprised to hear that there isn't necessarily a rigid trigger, but a guideline. And so I'm just simply acknowledging that was news to me, which a number of things are so.
Well, no, actually, Director Barlow, I appreciate that. My language, I think, was not very accurate. The percentage, which is 15% at the classroom level, 50% at the grade level or school, which we haven't reached, that is a hard percentage. The reason I said it wasn't rigid is that kids get COVID often not in neat, steady progressions. And so when we said 15%, sometimes we have a school that's at 11% and suddenly 22%, a classroom, I should say. And so the percentage is fixed, but classrooms cross it sometimes in very unpredictable ways. And so that's why, and you can imagine when a parent gets the call that we're moving to distance learning or not moving to distance learning, they look at that percentage and often expect it to go like 11, 12, 13, 14, oh, we reached it. And so it's not that they're not rigid, but it's sometimes the team will be looking at it and they'll say, oh, that's headed there. So let's actually not wait around because then we actually have more spread. So maybe it's 13%, but it's looking like cases are rising. Let's go to distance learning. That's happened a few times. We've learned if we wait too long, that raises the concern of additional spread to other classrooms. So thank you for that opportunity to clarify that.
Other questions? Thank you, Dr. Pickell. We look forward to discussing with you more next week. We will move to the 5-year general fund financial forecast. Thank you, Dr. Pickell, for asking Mr. Carlson to talk, and thank you, Mr. Carlson, for the alliteration in that title.
Maybe if I made Dr. Marvin, while John is getting set up, this is a really important forecast for the board and for the community. And I think before I turn over to John, the one point I think is important to make is that the budget deficit John is going to describe for the board now is structural rather than cyclical, which is to say it's not the result of a downturn in the economy, in which case, as I'm sure many board members are aware, a business or an organization may go into deficit during that downturn, but they know that when the economy improves, they can dig out of the hole, they can pay it back, because revenues will exceed expenditures in a strong economy. This is a structural deficit because we have an imbalance between revenues and expenditures that is not directly tied to the situation in the economy. And so it is one that we need to put in place strategies to deal with in a structural way. I have asked John and worked with John to just present board members with the situation. We are not tonight beginning to present solutions, but I can assure you that between now and when you have a very important study session in January, we will absolutely be bringing recommendations and parameters for the board's consideration. Tonight, however, we're just identifying the problem, as John did yesterday with our partners in the Rochester Education Association, and will be doing later this week with our administrators. We want the same set of facts, because as I think many of us are aware, in some discussions in the country today, people have different sets of facts. We want the same set of facts, and these are the facts, and we're grateful to John and his team for putting them together. So John, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Pickell and school board members. It's my pleasure to be here. I was able to present this last night and take a test drive with the teachers group, and it went really well, actually. I was a little nervous going into that and didn't get beat up on the way out, so thank you for that. So this is not unusual for those of you who've been on the board to go through the 5-year forecast twice a year. This is our fall version of it. We use this forecast to make short-term decisions as well as to think about long-term strategies and changes we might need to make to our budget. In the winter, we're doing the forecast to adjust for the actual enrollment that we saw on October 1st. We're making adjustments for the actual staff that we've hired for this school year. And then we're taking into account any of the budget adjustments that we've proposed through October 31st. And then in the spring, our focus then is usually on, has the state made any law changes that might affect our revenue? And have we settled out any employment contracts? We also then try to put in the real or the proposed budget for the next year at that time to see how that all plays out. So I also want to note too, I wrote a very extensive commentary this time. It was about 8 pages, way more than I've ever done. And so while I'm covering just very high level details here, there's a very significant report in board docs for anybody who's interested in reading through that later. But the basis of our assumptions, first start with the revenue inputs. We use a model, it's a software that helps us project what number of kids we're gonna have in future years. Our model, as I was explaining last night, seems a little bit odd because we've been a growing district. My whole 10 years here, we've always had more students year over year over year, except in the fall of 2020. And it wasn't just 10 students less, it was 600 students less. And so the model is trying to take that into account and trying to project where we're going. It looks at the number of 12th graders who are leaving. It looks back to birth records 5 years ago to try to estimate the number of new kindergartners that we're going to get. And then it moves everybody along from kindergarten up through 12th grade. We do notice at times that some of our grade progressions go down, but then other grades, they go up. One notable grade where we see an increase in numbers from the year prior is 9th grade. And I think that logically times out to some of our non-public schools or our private schools end at 8th grade, and then students come here to the public high school at that point. So the model is saying that next year we're going to go up about 32 average daily memberships. An average daily membership is just one student from the first day all the way to the last day. That's somewhat unusual for us. Usually it's a number that's over 100. So again, I think it's still trying to figure out that 2020 year and how does that all play out into the future. We've assumed that the state legislature is going to increase funding 2% each year. We already know that next year it goes up 2%, but in the years after that, we've also assumed 2% because that's been the trend that we've noticed over the last decade or so. We do have a voter-approved referendum with inflationary increases. It's good through the 25-26 school year. So at some point in the fall of 22, 23, 24, or 25, we're going to have to go to the voters again and deal with either maintaining that or asking for an increase. The increase that we'd be eligible to go for, according to state law, would be up to about 1,070 per pupil. So if you just multiply that out by our it's around 18,000 pupil units. That would provide a maximum of $18 million more in potential revenue. We've also not assumed in any of the numbers I'm going to show you the federal COVID money that we have left unspent. We wanted to just show you all of the expenses as if we continued everything we have today, plus what we think we'll need tomorrow or next school year to open up the new school buildings, but we haven't applied any of the federal money to that yet because we wanted to see what is that gap without it. Salaries and benefits, so we look at the expenditures second. In salaries and benefits, we've assumed a 2.4% increase for our employees for this year and our employees for next year. With the exception of our teachers and our principals, that's the rate of increase all of our other unions and groups agreed to for this school year. No group has agreed for a number yet, though, for next year. And so that's what we're negotiating right now for teachers and principals. We also need to negotiate with all of our other groups after we finish teachers and principals. After FY23, I've made a decision to assume 3% increases after that. You've not told me you're okay with that. You've not told me you're not okay with that. That's something, I've made as a managerial call to say, at least for the purposes of this forecast, I'm going to assume 3%. We are estimating about 87.4 new positions next year if we continue to staff at the ratios we're staffing today, and we move into more buildings and assume that we have to have similar structures to what we have today. That doesn't quite jive with adding 32 new students into the district, but adding 87 new staff. But that's kind of how it all worked out when I assumed the new buildings. Contracted services, supplies, and capital. In general, we just flat out estimated 3% increases for inflation in all of those budget codes. We do know that our busing transportation contract with First Student calls for a 3.5% increase next year. And then natural gas was just one of those outliers where I decided that we should probably use 6%, just thinking about, natural gas in general is one of those commodities that's been spiking in price and is expected to do so for another year or two or three. So just a little background on our history. 16-17 was the last school year in which we spent more than we brought in revenues that year. Since 16-17, we had 4 years where our revenues were higher than our expenditures. That's not exactly what we intended. What was happening over those 4 years is we had positions in our budget that were not able to be filled. We had as many, I think, as 184 full-time equivalent jobs that were vacant last school year due to issues with hiring staff. And I think I shared last week in my budget update that even right now we have 110 vacant positions. That's not because we've been given a directive not to fill jobs. It's a stark reality of we're having a hard time finding qualified people to fill the jobs that we have posted. So that's partly been masking our problem when we talk about structural deficits, because you usually don't go to a structural imbalance in just 1 year. You know, good year, good year, good year, good year, and then, oh my goodness, it's really bad. Our expenditures were supposed to be higher than what they came in at. Had we filled those jobs, we would have probably spent more than what our revenues were. We have built up a fund balance of 12.5%, so that's 30.2 million divided by 241 million of expenditures last year is 12.5%. We talk about it all the time, but board policy says 6%, so we're basically sitting double where we are required to be. That might seem like a high number because if you're just looking back maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but if you look back 10, 15 years ago, we were at 16% very consistently year over year. We had about 2 months of reserve in the bank. So here's the forecast going forward. As I explained last week, this year's budget, 21-22, obviously assumes some of the rollover, the unspent funds that we had from last year. So I don't focus too much on that year because we know that there's a built-in deficit when we allow our managers, our supervisors, our leaders to spend money that they didn't spend the prior year. The bigger problem is going forward next year when you add in those 87 new positions. You cost that all out. You assume that all of our employees get a pay increase. And we take on other new expenses like utilities and things like that to operate our new buildings. We're looking at about an $18 million deficit. We know that we can't come forward with an $18 million deficit next year because we'd be in violation of school board policy, giving you a budget that assumes an unassigned fund balance being drawn down to 3%. So we're going to have to make some serious changes. And it's going to be probably a multi-legged solution where we come to you with different strategies, as the superintendent said in January. But for anybody who's wondering, how did we get here? Because again, it doesn't seem to quite jive that we've got good year, good year, good year, and then $18 million deficit. These are quotes I found on the internet. They were by me, things that I had said over the last 3 years. So Google can be your friend sometimes. But in December of 2018, I said the third biggest risk for the district is potentially opening new school buildings without additional operating revenue to support the new staffing and building operating costs. Well, that's what we're doing. We're opening up new buildings, but we don't necessarily have the revenue in place right now to support that. In May of 2019, I said new buildings will bring new overhead expenses into the general fund without corresponding new revenue. An operating referendum to fund expanded operations may be required at some point in the future. December of 2020, well, a year ago I said the budget process cannot proceed normally into 22-23. Well, that's what we're coming upon right now. Additional revenues or significant reductions will be needed to maintain a structurally sound budget. And then earlier this year, as we were talking about what do we do with our federal funds, that's kind of the background or the context of these comments. But our detailed budget planning for 22-23, 23-24 obviously needs to start now. And more thoughtful decisions can be made along with public input if we desire about what would be reduced in spending or if a referendum should be considered to increase revenue. So I think that's kind of where we're going to be going. Just a little bit more background, though, on how did we get to this point? Well, since our budget is 77% based on staff, I think it's quite obvious that If we grow our students at about 8% over a 12-year period, but we grow our staff at 30%, we're adding staff at a faster rate than we are bringing in new students, and that doesn't quite work in the long haul. And again, like I said before, what's been masking that is all these open and vacant positions we have in the budget. And when we assume for forecasting purposes that they'll all be filled, because that's the intention, we want to fill them all. If we were to fill them all, it just leads to this large gap. Also, that's what's been masking is these federal funds. We've been able to do things, start things, be spending money because we've had this federal COVID funding sitting there willing to backstop our expenditures. I'm not going to go through you can look at this later. I just basically go through all of our paid students. So this is the number of actual paid average daily memberships we had year by year, all the way back to 11-12, and the budgeted FTEs we had all the way back to 11-12. So back then we were just shy of 16,000 students, and we had 2,100 staff. Jump ahead. Where we're projecting for 22-23 is that we'll be at 17,256 paid students, and we'll be at 2,760 full-time equivalent positions. So we've grown 1,300, or we're projecting to have grown 1,300 students, but have added 650 staff. In other words, for every 2 students, we've added 1 adult. And the numbers, again, are catching up to us, and we can't probably afford to continue doing that without making some changes. So where do we go from here? Again, we're not here to recommend specific solutions tonight. We were just brainstorming the kind of the 3 legs of the options we have here. We need to talk to the board about salary increase amounts. We know that our employees need to get their paychecks resolved, so we need to talk to you about some guidance and direction on that. We also need to talk about our staffing ratios. So we're going to be dealing with that over the next month, and we'll be bringing you some recommendations in January on how to deal with staffing ratios, because we want to get going on staffing for next school year in early February. We need to determine how much federal COVID funding should go towards maybe buying down some of that deficit, if we should decide to do that, and should we use any of our savings account. These are the short-term levers that we can all move around and use all of them to some extent. Long-term, we're going to have further discussions about the numbers of staff we have versus compensation. When we've been adding staff at the rate we've been, it's had an effect that's been holding down our compensation of our current staff, because to buy more positions, we've done it to some extent on keeping our level of increases lower than our peers. We need to talk about student enrollment. Are there ways that we can increase that? I'm on that subcommittee of the strategic planning, so I'm very anxious to see what strategies we come up for that. We need to continue our advocacy at the legislature. You know, it was announced today, $7.7 billion surplus. I've never heard a number that large come out of the state before. Perhaps there's an opportunity that some of that could be directed to schools, to all schools, and help all of us with some of the expenses we're struggling with there. And then we do need to have the discussion about the timing of when and how much we would potentially seek through operating or capital projects, which is also known as a technology referendum. I really think one funding bucket that we have not ever accessed is that capital projects referendum, where we get a dedicated amount to fund our technology. We're funding that all through other revenues, so it's really diluting what we have available for our general operations, where other districts have set up the technology referendum, basically provide consistent, sustainable funding for their technology programs. And then we'll want to talk to you too about the policy for the fund balance. Are we at the right amount? Are we calculating it the right way? I think hopefully, Kathy, that's on the list of 65 maybe coming up next year, so that we can have a discussion with you about that. Over the next few weeks, the Budget Advisory Group, as I've kind of came up with that name last night, is going to be meeting so that we're prepared to give a recommendation to the superintendent, who will bring that forward to you on January 11th. That will have kind of some initial parameter setting of which we would propose to operate within, and then we want to move into staffing. We probably, in between January 11th and February 7th, have to have another meeting with you, though, just full disclosure. but talk about then even some more specifics, because we won't have the whole problem solved, I'm not predicting by January 11th, but we just want to have a roadmap for you and get some feedback and then come back with even more detailed plans after that. And then, of course, staffing comes up, and then we go into May, where we will bring forward a approved budget that probably uses some of all of those strategies, and maybe even a couple others if I can think up a couple others. So that's the high-level overview of the financial forecast. I know it's not great. I don't want to pin it on anybody and say that this is somebody's fault. I think this has just been a lot of circumstances over time. I think also when we had 600 students withdraw at the fall of 2020, that kind of exacerbated the problem there too. And we haven't maybe necessarily done all the tweaks we could or should have for our staffing to deal with that.
You have questions, comments?
Oh, okay, I'll leave now.
Oh, you were so close. Ms. Amundson.
You start.
I have one.
Gathering.
Well, I have two. The superintendent mentioned that we are adding a study session on January 25th. How does that fit into the where do we go from here slide?
Dr. Nathan, it would be one of several sessions that I believe would be prudent for you to have in order to consider options. And so I think if we meet on the 7th, I'm going to put this in not super sophisticated terms. The 7th of January, I think we can present you with some options for the buckets, which is to say reductions, federal funding, other fund balance. I think based on the feedback we get from you on the buckets, by the end of January, we could bring to you strategies within those buckets. And that still puts us, I think, on a decently early timeline to begin to staff and budget schools. So I know when we talk about the annual calendar tonight, we're recommending the addition of that study session on the 25th of January. I would argue, unless we absolutely can't avoid it, only focused on budget issues so that we can really go dig deep at that time. And we may need to add some others in the spring as well.
Ms. Amundson, did you have a question?
Yes, I had a note up and it crashed, and so now it's got all my numbers out of whack. Help me walk backwards in the timeline. If we don't do anything at all, and all of your projections are correct, we are in really big trouble for the school year that ends in 2025. Like, we just can't approve that budget because we would be out of money, right?
I would say that would be the school year of ends in 24.
2024 will actually be having to borrow money to continue. It's the whole FY thing that always messes me up. Okay, so absolutely 100%, no matter what, we have to either come up with more money or make cuts in the springtime of see, I need visuals. Because it ends in 24, but it begins in 23, so it's the spring of 23 that we would be having to and if we waited that long, that wouldn't be that great either. So, but spring of 2023 is really only 1 year away.
That's right.
Now, if we were to pursue an operating referendum, in order to collect it in time to keep us out of that, because this is the other thing I had written down and now I don't have it written down anymore. It would have to pass when in order for us to collect it in time, because there's a significant delay in time.
Yep, to affect that 23-24 school year, where we would be basically have spent all of our savings up at that point, you need to pass a referendum in the fall of 22 to increase funding if you don't want to use any expenditure reductions as a possibility.
And so in order to pass a referendum in the fall of 2022, we would have to authorize it by August?
August of 2022. There would be an exact date that we can track down later, but correct, you're like 10 months away from needing to call that election. 8 months away from calling that election.
And if we did some budget cuts, we would be able to potentially delay that by a year.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. I haven't mapped out a whole lot of different scenarios, but yes, assuming if you could use some federal funds, if you could make some spending reductions, you could probably delay your vote to the fall of '23 to be used in the FY25, which is the 24-25 school year.
Yeah, my eyes are crossing with all those 20, 23, 24, 25. As a individual before I was on the school board many, many years, I've been involved in the Vote Yes community group for referendums. And as somebody who has experienced that, it's very difficult for the Vote Yes group to organize and get things moving without at least a year warning to start those efforts. It's just a lot to ask of a group of volunteers who it's not their full-time job, and they very often have other full-time jobs. So we're already within that 12-month countdown if we were to look at. So even though the state requires us to take action in August as a board, that is way, way, way too late to expect a coordinated effort between the school district and any community groups to happen. I would urge the administration and the board to consider, if we're going to pursue something in the fall, that we have very few weeks to think about it. And can I keep going? Because it's just, there's an awful lot up here. I would say the same thing in regards to the budget cut process, that if it were a small, and perhaps you have it in your 80 pages of documentation, but we've had a number of budget cuts in the past, and some of them have been involving the community to greater extents, and some have been just internal, where staff administration decides on their own, because it's a smaller number, and they identify the cuts that are needed. Do you recall off the top of your head what magnitude those internal efforts were compared to the around 10 million was the last time we had a really big community effort, I think?
For sure. Over the last few years, we've handled up to a couple million as a cabinet and a superintendent, and recommended those to you without doing an extensive process of asking for a lot of input into that. We have felt at that level, 1% of the budget we could handle, pretty easy. This is going to be a little bit larger than 1%.
Is it accurate to say it's the largest budget cut we've ever had to make as a district?
Off the top of my head, I would say yes, because I seem to remember 10 and 11, although they were almost back to back, so it was almost probably felt like it was doing 20, but it was kind of spread across 2 different years of just boom, boom.
Right. So I would also put forward to my fellow board members that if we were to authorize some sort of a interactive community effort, which I personally think is really wise, because as a participant in one of those processes, it was very educational to me and to my fellow community members. It's so easy to look in from the outside and say, oh, well, this is easy, you need to cut this or that. But when we get educated by the finance department about what things we are and are not allowed to cut, or we think we'd be saving money, but it doesn't actually save money from the right place, or whatever that be. Budget cuts are very painful, and I think the more we can involve the communities so that they can learn about it themselves and feel like that they have input and agency, so to speak, that the community starts to own a little bit of it as well, and that ties in directly with referendum efforts, because when there are individuals in the community who are very involved or respected or, you know, what have you, then they go out and they say, no, no, this really is a thing. It's not just, you know, we're paying people too much. It's that that's how much we have to pay them to fill all our positions, or whatever that might be. Then that's the message that will go out at a time that we have a referendum vote on additional dollars that we may need, and it's cyclical. You know, the one adds to the other, which adds back to the one. Involving people in budget cutting efforts will involve people in referendum decisions. I know I'm rambling, but the idea is that we're probably a year behind on both of those efforts now.
Again, it's and Mr. Barlow has that question too. It's a lot of information and important information, and certainly something we need to digest, and that we will be discussing this in depth in the very near future. Mr. Barlow.
You and I were thinking along similar lines. I just wanted to be sure. Director Amundsen is raising very important issues. Were these the type of things, John, that you were planning on presenting or addressing in our study session?
Yes.
Okay.
In my mind, the referendum would be part of that discussion. I don't know how detailed, maybe the superintendent would want to go on that, but I certainly think that we would want to at least talk about a couple of the options we have, and then go from there, see where that leads us.
And to, again, I appreciate what Melissa's saying. I don't necessarily want to add my 2 cents worth at this point. If I can be assured, though, that of this one thing, and I'll ask it in the form of a question. Did you hear anything Melissa raised as something that was news to you, or something that you weren't anticipating or considering presenting in our study sessions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nathan.
So I don't want to have Melissa's head explode, because I have
might.
one more referendum question. You say that the current voter-approved referendum provides us revenue through fiscal year 26.
That's right.
So I assume when I look at the fiscal year 27 budget, that is assuming we have not renewed the referendum.
That's right. I didn't put that on the slide because I didn't want to shrink down the columns anymore. That's in the detailed information, but you can see the effect of pulling out or removing the referendum at that point. It's tens of millions of dollars at that point.
So regardless of the other fiscal situation we're in, we would have been considering whether or not to go to the voters to renew a referendum. And in order to generate the revenue beginning in fiscal year 27, we would have to run a referendum no later than 2025. Is that, am I got my timing right?
That is right. That is
Okay.
right.
So if it's not in the near term, we didn't have all these other factors to consider. It could be, it would have been in the farther out near term.
That's right.
Okay.
I should Google some more, but this talk about referendums was never supposed to probably go right up to the 10th year of it expiring. A lot of the language we used back in 2015, 2016, 2017 was like, this will likely get us through the 18-19 school year. Well, look, we've made it 19-20, 20-21, 21-22, we'll probably get 22-23, but it was never meant to last the full 10 years. It's just normally not how the referendums work.
Thanks.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Mr. Carlson, this is my first time going through this process, so I apologize if this is a stranger off the wall question. Do you have a way to break down, you talked about the vacant FTEs, and that those are somewhat budgeted for in your process. Do you have a way to break those down as to what roles they play in the district in terms of, are they in classrooms, are they in technology, are they in administration? Can you give us more information about that?
Definitely can do that. In the budget adjustments, I did cover it very, very briefly at a very high level, and I was just going to pull that up.
Is that in one of the other attachments?
It was, yeah, in one of our agenda items that went through on consent, but I can just go to the last page of that. It looks like Of the 110 vacant positions, 56 were paraprofessionals. And of those 56, 20 were general education, 36 were special education.
36 were
Yep.
special?
Yep. And then 22 student nutrition, so that's our food service workers. So I know that even the staff that kind of coordinates all of food services, they go out every day and they're serving lunches to kind of backfill. We have 16 maintenance jobs, so in absence of not having enough maintenance people, then we contract for cleaning companies. And then we have 12 off-schedule positions, which could just be a hodgepodge of different, either administrative or supervisory. Some of those might have student contact, like equity specialists would probably fall in that group, but again, that one's a little more nebulous on exactly which positions they are. I'd have to dig deeper in the data that I didn't provide here.
And just to follow up on that, is a way to look at that, that if we don't fill those vacant positions, that classroom sizes could get larger? Is that something the community would need to be aware of, that if we're not able to fill those positions or fund them, that we'd be looking at larger classroom
Yeah, none
sizes?
of these are necessarily like, in my mind, of a teacher standing in front of a classroom. We've got most of those positions filled.
Okay.
These are the supporting roles of helping kids. You know, maybe you're pulling them out for a service, maybe you're doing some hall monitoring. Serving food, I think, is a very important thing. Cleaning our buildings is a very important thing. So, yeah, we wouldn't necessarily see larger class sizes per se if these positions weren't there, but we would lose a lot of the support that our
So
classroom
perhaps
teachers get.
less services to the
Less
students?
services, less support to our teachers who are teaching.
And to the students?
And to the, yeah, to the students, of course.
Thanks for clarifying that for me.
All right, are we ready to let I was going to say ready to let Mr. Carlson go. You're not fired. Thank you, but I know this is going to be an ongoing and really, really important conversation and a lot of decisions to be made. So thank you, Mr. Carlson. Our next agenda item is 8.04 policy recommendations. This is the first reading of those policies. And Policy Committee.
We only have a few tonight, which you'll be glad to hear. We have policies with changes recommended. Policy 425, staff development and mentoring. The purpose of this policy is to establish a staff development program and structure to carry out planning and reporting on staff development that supports improved student learning, and the changes were driven by changes in MSBA model policy.
Policy 515, protection and privacy of pupil records. The school district recognizes its responsibility in regard to the collection, maintenance, and dissemination of pupil records and the protection of the privacy rights of students as provided in federal law and state statutes. These updates to the language are based on the MSBA model policy and format, grammar, and punctuation corrections.
So policy 524 is the Internet Acceptable Use and Safety Policy, which is to establish requirements, expectations, and guidelines for access to use of electronic technology. The updates were from language based on MSBA model policy, as well as clarification of device use in locker rooms and bathrooms.
We have one new policy, which is policy 534, the school meals policy. The purpose of this policy is to ensure that students receive healthy and nutritious meals through the school district's nutrition program, and that school district employees, families, and students have a shared understanding of expectations regarding meal charges. In 2021, the Minnesota Legislature amended Minnesota statutes section 124D.111 that now states that Minnesota school districts that participate in the National School Lunch Program must adopt a school meals policy, so this brings us into compliance.
Thank you, and these will come back to the board 2 more times. Yes. Thank you. And then we have 8.05 procedure recommendations.
Procedures reviewed with changes recommended. The first one is procedure 425A.2, staff development, individual requests. There was a minor change to clarify requests that require approval.
And procedure 515A, protection and privacy of pupil records, minor updates to language based on MSBA model policy.
Procedure 515A.1, notice of right to refuse release of public data. Our form was updated to indicate that all categories of directory data will not be disclosed if the form is submitted by the parent.
Then there were procedures that we reviewed with no changes recommended. The first one is procedure 425A.1, staff development, evaluation of progress toward educational outcomes.
Also reviewed with no changes recommended, procedure 425A.3, staff development awarding of school board credit.
And the final procedure with no changes is 515A.2, notice of right to refuse release of public data to military recruiters and/or post-secondary education institutions.
And the last one is a new procedure that is recommended, procedure 534A, collection of negative balances for student meal accounts.
This is a briefing item. Are you fine with leaving it as a briefing item?
It'll come with the consent agenda when the
Consent
policies
agenda.
come.
Good. Okay, thank you. 8.06, School Board Annual Calendar Update. Are there any changes or additions or agenda items to be considered for future agendas or for the annual calendar?
You want to talk about the changes that we've already have on the list?
Yes.
Okay, so we have some additions to our agenda items. January 4th, we're adding a boundary changes update. January 18th, we're adding school board academy planning. January 25th, we're adding the budget deficit reduction plan and school start time study results. On February 8th, we're adding a school boundary changes update. On February 15th, we're adding February 15th, we have moved the school resource officer's contract that was previously at a later study session to a study session on February 15th, and that is the contract for the 22-23 school year. Sorry, 22-23 year. So we deleted from the February 22nd agenda the school resource officer contract. On March 22nd, which is a regular meeting, we're adding an action item on the school resource officer's contract, that same one that would start in June of 2022. And we have two items that were mentioned at the last meeting that board members had talked about putting on the agenda that we'll talk about at exec on December 13th. And that was the request to have a school openings and closings update, perhaps every other month. And the request to have the school safety plans update that included representation from school leadership and students to come and present. So I'll figure out where that fits in all those items.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, we have two closed sessions.
Chair Marvin, can I ask a question just while we're talking about the annual calendar with the updates?
Yeah.
Where's the best way to find the most updated one?
I can update that. So after we tell you about it tonight, Michelle is going to be responsible for updating the calendar, and then it will be placed in both the library section of board docs, but it will also be linked to on the school board page under calendars where there's a specific link. So
On the website.
Yep, that link on the school board page goes to the one on board docs in the library, one and the same.
Thank you.
If I may, in board docs, every version of the annual calendar, any changes are listed on there by the date. So the newest date is the board calendar that's on the top. Any previous versions, those dates of those changes are below that.
Awesome. Thank you.
So the one at the top is the most recent?
Yes.
Okay, good
The
enough.
most current date.
I have, and I have to admit, I should have checked into this before, a procedure question. We have two issues for closed sessions we need to address. Can we have one motion that mentions both of them and then vote on going into both closed sessions?
We can have a motion to go into closed session. In closed session, you can make the motion to do the second one. And then you come back out with the.
I'm just wondering if we can do that one and that one. we move this and remove this, and then we just vote once on going into both.
We can't vote while we're in closed session, though.
Right.
Right.
So those would come back out.
Well, no, this one's going to come back out. So let's try this. The next item on the agenda is a closed session to consider proposed student expulsion pursuant to Minnesota statute section 13D.05, subdivision 2A3. The school board must go into closed session if private educational data are discussed during a meeting. The details of the proposed student expulsion are private educational data pursuant to the law I have cited. I will ask Clerk Amundson to make a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of considering a proposed student expulsion. And I will also ask Clerk Amundson to move to go into closed session for the purpose of labor negotiations discussion. So Clerk Amundson, would you please read?
I move that we go into closed session for the purpose of considering a proposed student expulsion, and I further move that following the student expulsion consideration, we go into a second closed section to consider labor negotiations as allowed by Minnesota statute 179A.14 subdivision 3.
Second. Do we need a second?
In a second. All in favor of going into two separate closed sessions, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is 8:50, and we are now going to move to closed session. School board resumes open session at 10:05 PM. Clerk Amundson, would you read the members present at both of the closed sessions?
Yes, the first closed session was Directors Amundson, Barlow, Garcia, McLaughlin, Marvin, Nathan Workman, and Superintendent Cal and Jackie Peterson.
And that was the
First
student
one for the
expulsion.
And the second one was Directors Amundson, Barlow, Garcia, McLaughlin, Marvin, Nathan Workman, Superintendent Piquel, Carl Bakken, and John Carlson.
Thank you. I have a resolution about a resolution expelling a student. Be it resolved, as the basis for its decision, the school board hereby adopts the uncontested statement of facts contained in the written notice of proposed expulsion. School board hereby expels student A for the remainder of the 2021-2022 school year beginning on December 7th, 2021. The expulsion period will end upon commencement of the 2022-2023 school year, which is currently scheduled to begin on September 6th, 2022. The district will provide alternative educational services to the student during the period of expulsion to the extent required by law. The superintendent or his designee is directed to provide the following to the student and to the student's parent: a copy of this resolution and a letter stating that the student has been expelled effective December 7th, 2021, and may resume regular attendance in the district in connection with the start of the 2022-2023 school year on September 6th, 2022. The superintendent or his designee is directed to make an electronic report of this expulsion to the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Education within 30 calendar days as required by the Minnesota Statute, Section 121A.53.
And was that your motion? Or should I so move?
Yeah, could you
I so move.
move the motion? And second?
Second.
There will be a roll call vote.
Chair Marvin, can I have one clarification?
Yes.
Did you say student A22?
I thought I heard A. It's A22.
Sorry, this is student A.
22.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, student A22. Thank you very much.
Good catch.
Have it on here. Thank you. So it's the resolution has been read, moved, and seconded. And Ms. Severson will take a roll call vote if you vote to support this resolution or
You
against
can
it.
state yea or nay.
Yea or nay. Mhm.
Director Amundson,
Yay.
Director Barlow,
Yay.
Director Garcia,
Yay.
Director McLaughlin,
Yay.
Chair Marvin,
Yay.
Director Nathan,
Yay.
Director Workman.
Yay.
Thank you.
And the resolution passes. Our next meeting will be a closed session on December 14th, and then we will have an open session and a regular meeting on January 4th.
There's nothing to vote on.
And we are adjourned at 10:09 PM.